Chapter 57-43. Hi, beautiful, where are you going? A white youth in his 20s in the driver's seat greeted Han Jingjing with a smile. Judging from his attire, he was not a rich man. The Bumblebee was just an ordinary model, barely considered as a low-end car in Europe. But this guy's expression made him look like a rich second generation. It was as if he was writing on his face that he wanted to hit on her, and this was her honor. Han Jingjing slightly narrowed her eyes and revealed a harmless and innocent smile. I'm going to Ostall up ahead. Can you give me a ride? Of course, no problem. Come on. The white youth said with a warm smile. He opened the door of the front passenger seat for Han Jingjing. But Han Jingjing had already opened the door of the back seat and shrunk into it. The white youth was slightly startled. He did not say anything else and could only smile awkwardly. He leaned over to open the door of the front passenger seat, and then stepped on the accelerator. My name is Johansson, beautiful. What's your name? The white youth deliberately slowed down the speed of the car. It was half as slow as when he came, so he had time to turn back and talk to Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing said lightly, you can call me Lu. Oh, by the way, please turn your head and look at the road while driving. Thank you. It was just a ride. Han Jingjing did not want to talk to this Johansson. She reminded him and turned her head to look out of the window. It only took a few minutes to travel 6 kilometers. When they arrived at Ostall, they went their separate ways. Johansson laughed and said, Lu, don't worry. My driving skills are very good. There are no cars on this road, so there will be no accident. Are you living in Ostall? Or are you looking for someone or traveling? Han Jingjing casually said, I'm just taking a stroll. Then you're in luck. I'm very familiar with Ostall. Although it's just a small place, there are still a lot of fun places. I'll be your tour guide. I promise you'll have a good time. Johansson immediately said. Han Jingjing guessed that if she said she was looking for someone, he would also say the same thing. Can I borrow your phone for a while? Han Jingjing really didn't want to talk nonsense with Johansson, so she directly borrowed his phone. In any case, it was not easy for Han Jingjing, who had no money on her, to make an international call. Johansson was secretly delighted. He thought that his handsomeness had moved Han Jingjing, and she was going to give him her number. He immediately took out his phone and handed it over, saying, Here, you can use it as you like. This is the latest model. It has only been on the market for 3 days. You know that, right? Han Jingjing casually took it, but she didn't even bother to smile. Why was he showing off the latest phone model in front of a genius like her? With her ability, any toy she made would be better than an ordinary mobile phone. Although it had been a long time since she made a call to the secular world, Han Jingjing's memory was extremely good. Naturally, she would not forget those numbers. However, after dialing, she was prompted that this phone was prohibited from making international calls. Han Jingjing was speechless. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It seemed that this Johansson was indeed a pauper who liked to show off. He even deliberately set up such a restriction. Forget it, I'll think of a way when I get to Ostall. After hanging up, Han Jingjing threw the phone in the front passenger seat and continued to look out the window with a calm face. In front of Lin Yi and the people she knew, she was the innocent and pure Han Jingjing. However, now that she was alone in Europe, the hidden Lu Jinghan character began to slowly awaken. When Johansson saw that Han Jingjing did not use the phone to talk to anyone, he thought that his guess was correct. She was indeed interested in him, so she gave him her phone number. Johansson secretly observed Han Jingjing's exquisite and perfect face and figure through the rearview mirror. His heart slowly began to burn. There were still about 3 kilometers to Ostall. He couldn't wait to return to the town. He simply turned the steering wheel and drove off the road, heading for the small forest at the side. Han Jingjing frowned slightly and turned to look at Johansson. Aren't you going to Ostol? Why did you deviate from the main road? Dear Lou, we are all adults. Since we both have a good impression of each other, there is no need to be shy. My car is very comfortable. Of course, I will make it more comfortable for you, Johansson said with a smile. However, that kind of look made Han Jingjing want to smash his face with the sole of her shoe. Even an idiot would know what such explicit words meant. Han Jingjing said with a frosty face, "Stop the car. Otherwise, you will regret it." Ha ha ha, Lou, you are so cute. Is it okay to do it here? You can still see a little from the road. It will be more hidden if you go in. Of course, if you like it here, it's okay. I have no opinion, and I promise you will not regret it. Johansson had a dirty smile on his face and deliberately distorted Han Jingjing's meaning. In his opinion, Han Jingjing just happened to come here to play, and she left her phone number in his phone. Obviously, she was not an old-fashioned woman. It was not a problem to bring her to play in the forest. Even if Han Jingjing was not willing, it was not up to her. Johansson's brain was now filled with lust. He desperately wanted to rape Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing suddenly quieted down and looked at Johansson coldly. If she wanted to kill this idiot, it was just a matter of moving her fingers. Even if Han Jingjing did not practice or fight, her strength was real. Johansson suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Although he did not understand, he did not want to continue driving in. Seeing that the road was already blurred, he estimated that this place was remote enough, so he simply stopped the car. After putting down the back of the front seat, Johansson turned and said with a smile, "Baby, come on. Do you want to take it off yourself or do you want me to help you?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Han Jingjing's pretty face. He did not even think about whether Han Jingjing would resist or not. Han Jingjing raised her eyebrows and suddenly reached out to grab Johansson's palm. She gently twisted it back. With a slight cracking sound, Johansson's palm directly turned back 180 degrees. "Huh?" "I said you will regret it." Han Jingjing calmly shook off Johansson's hand and wiped her hand on the seat with some disgust. She felt that touching this trash was very dirty. Chapter 57:44. Johansson suddenly thought of something and pulled out a .38 pistol from the storage compartment. He pointed it directly at Han Jingjing's forehead and shouted, "You son of a bitch. How dare you attack me? You're dead today. I'm telling you, you're definitely dead today." Han Jingjing looked at the black muzzle indifferently. The spirit was not afraid of the bullets of this kind of pistol. Even if she was not a spirit, Han Jingjing's strength was enough to easily take down this pistol at this distance, so there was nothing to worry about. Johansson gritted his teeth with a ferocious look and said, "Bitch, take off all your clothes. I'll ask you for compensation today, and then I'll deal with you." Although the pain of the fracture in his left wrist made Johansson's forehead break out in a cold sweat, he would not be reconciled if he did not have sex with Han Jingjing a few times. Han Jingjing snorted twice as a mockery of Johansson's words. Then she reached out again and grabbed his right wrist. There was another crisp sound, and the .38 pistol fell directly into Han Jingjing's hand. Johansson screamed again, sweating all over. That kind of bone-piercing pain was definitely not a joke. Looking at his pale face, it was likely that he would faint at any time. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but your ability to make me angry is not bad. Now you should be satisfied, right?" Han Jingjing said with a faint smile. She pinched the pistol and broke it, then threw it out of the car window. Johansson looked at Han Jingjing in fear. This girl, who was as beautiful as an angel, was simply as terrible as the devil. "As compensation, I'll take your car first, as well as your cash and mobile phone." Han Jingjing didn't know how to get some money to make an international call, and it just so happened that this Johansson came to her door. Since he wanted to rob her, Han Jingjing didn't mind robbing him in return. Without waiting for Johansson to speak, Han Jingjing nimbly got to the front seat, then opened the door and kicked Johansson out. Of course, his wallet was already in Han Jingjing's hand, but Han Jingjing might have been focusing on the wallet, so she didn't pay much attention to the position when she kicked him. When Johansson flew out, he seemed to have heard the terrible sound of an egg breaking. Han Jingjing didn't care about the guy's screams. She closed the car door and drove away. Anyway, this guy shouldn't die. After a while, when he didn't feel so much pain, he could walk to the road and ask for help. Johansson was lying on the ground with cold sweat all over his forehead. His body was curled up like a shrimp, and he looked at his car in despair as it sped away. He didn't expect that a seemingly normal hunting trip would turn out like this. Han Jingjing suddenly stopped the car and stretched her hand out of the window. In her hand was a bag of white powder. This was what Johansson cared about the most, a bag of heroin. The pistol from before was placed together with the heroin. Han Jingjing happened to see it in the open storage compartment, and suddenly felt that she was too kind to Johansson. Obviously, she couldn't consume so many drugs by herself. Johansson should be transporting drugs, so he had a pistol. She just didn't expect that this guy would still have the mood to look for women when transporting drugs. He really deserved it. Seeing the white powder pouring out of the transparent bag in Han Jingjing's hand and then drifting away with the wind, Johansson was completely desperate. Even the pain of his egg breaking couldn't compare to the unbearable pain of watching all this happen. Without this batch of goods, he could only hide his identity and flee. Otherwise, he would definitely die a more miserable death. After dealing with the drugs, Han Jingjing continued to drive. As for whether Johansson was dead or alive, she didn't care at all. This kind of trash would only be better for the world if he died. Austin arrived soon. Han Jingjing parked the bumblebee at a remote intersection and then took out all the euros in Johansson's wallet. The wallet was thrown under the car seat. Han Jingjing didn't plan to continue to use this car, so she didn't pull out the key. The most important thing now was to contact the people in Huaxia and figure out the situation of Lin Yi first, and then ask someone to pick her up. The stack of notes in Johansson's wallet was about 400 or 500 euros. It seemed to be a little less for a drug dealer, but it was enough for Han Jingjing. Pushing the door open, Han Jingjing was just about to get out of the car when she found that something was wrong. This place was originally not a place where cars came and went, but now there were two cars rushing over at a very fast speed. The target was obviously Han Jingjing's bumblebee. Because of Johansson's particularity, Han Jingjing felt that she might have been targeted. She released her divine awareness a little and became more and more sure of this. The Europeans in the two cars were holding guns in their hands. The evil forces here are so rampant. They dare to come with guns in broad daylight. Han Jingjing whispered. She lowered her body and quickly rushed into the alley next to her. She was not afraid of bullets, but she was afraid of trouble. Whether these people were coming for her or not, it was the best choice to get rid of them as soon as possible. As for continuing to drive and race with them, it was not a movie. Was it necessary? Catch that woman, don't let her run away. As soon as Han Jingjing entered the alley, someone shouted and chased after her. It was a person from one of the cars who jumped out. Another person went to check the car that Han Jingjing had abandoned and shouted, "Johansson is not here, and there is nothing left except a wallet." It really has something to do with that idiot. It's really annoying. I just wanted to hitch a ride. Why are there so many things? Han Jingjing stood on the roof of a two-story building and looked at the guys who were chasing her below. She snorted softly. The other party found her so quickly. It should be that the car had been installed with a positioning device. It was estimated that when the idiot Johansson turned into the woods, he had already been noticed by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found Han Jingjing so quickly. Deviating from the scheduled route meant that there was an accident. Although they returned to Ostall immediately, they didn't go to the place they had agreed to meet. It would be strange if they didn't come to investigate. Chapter 57:45. Looking at their posture, they would not stop until they found Han Jingjing. In this place, the power of these guys seemed to be very strong. No one dared to say anything with a gun in the daytime. Han Jingjing was not worried about falling into their hands. She just didn't want to waste time, so she simply sneaked into the house under her feet and found a phone to use first. Before sneaking in, Han Jingjing certainly used her divine awareness to make sure that there was no one inside. In such a close place, her divine awareness was still competent. The first call, Han Jingjing did not call back to the Liu family. Compared with the relationship with Lin Yi, the Liu family without her was far less powerful than Kong Xiaobo, Lai Changyi, and others. So Han Jingjing directly called Lai Changyi. The two had business dealings before, so she still remembered his number. After a few rings, the other side connected. "Hello, who is this?" Lai Changyi said directly in English because the number showed that it was from Europe. He thought it was someone from the Buffon family looking for him. Lai Changyi. "I'm Han Jingjing." Han Jingjing certainly had no problem communicating in English, but the two Huaxia people were on the phone. Of course, they spoke directly in Huaxia language. Lai Changyi seemed to be stunned, and then he cried out, "Han Jingjing. Liu Jinghan. No, sister-in-law, you're back too." Lai Changyi and others certainly knew Han Jingjing's identity. Suddenly hearing Han Jingjing's voice, Lai Changyi suddenly became excited. This was the second person to come back from Heaven Stage Island besides Lin Yi. How could he not be excited? Han Jingjing did not beat around the bush. She asked directly, "Where is brother Lin Yi? Is there something wrong with him?" "Jingjing, sister-in-law, you know." "Yes, the boss has been in a coma for more than 10 days. Although there are no scars, he just doesn't wake up." "Sister-in-law, are you in Europe now? Can you come back as soon as possible to think of a way?" Lai Changyi did not talk nonsense. He simply explained the situation and asked Han Jingjing if she could go back. At this time, Han Jingjing came back from Heaven Stage Island. There was no need to ask that she came back for Lin Yi. Otherwise, she would not ask if there was something wrong with Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi has been in a coma for more than 10 days. Has there been no response? Han Jingjing frowned. It made sense that Lin Yi's main body was unconscious on Sky Class Island, since his soul had been projected to the common world, but what did it mean when his soul was unconscious in the common world? This matter seemed to be a little troublesome. Fortunately, according to Lai Changyi's words, Lin Yi's primordial spirit was fine, just unconscious. No matter what, he had to see Lin Yi first. "Lai Changyi, I'm now in a place called Aldos in Europe. Because I came back from Heaven Stage Island, I don't have anything on me. Find a way to bring me back." Han Jingjing and Lai Changyi didn't need to be polite. They were all people by Lin Yi's side. "Okay. Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. I'll check it out." After Lai Changyi said that, there was a clattering sound of the keyboard, and then he said, "Sister-in-law, I've checked Aldos. It's a small town, but it's only 150 kilometers away from Lanmi. It'll take a lot of time for me to send people there. If it's convenient for you, go directly to Lanmi to find Su Shihan and Cheng Yi. They should have returned to Lanmi for a concert." "Is Shihan also in Europe?" Han Jingjing was surprised. If that was the case, it would be more convenient to go back with Su Shihan. After all, Su Shihan wasn't an ordinary celebrity. "Yes, sister-in-law Shihan is a guest of Cheng Yi's concert. This time, Lanmi is a makeup concert. It's a long story. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, as long as you can get to Lanmi, you can come back with sister-in-law Shihan. You can take her private plane. You don't have to worry about anything," Lai Changyi said with certainty. With Su Shihan's background and fame, her private plane wouldn't encounter any trouble or inspection. After thinking about it, Lai Changyi said, "If it's not convenient for you to go, then I'll contact someone to pick you up in Ostal, or I can ask sister-in-law Shihan to go there." "It's okay. I can go there myself," Han Jingjing said casually. It was just 150 kilometers. It would only take 1 or 2 hours to get there. If Su Shihan came, it would be a waste of time. "Well, sister-in-law Jingjing, write down their phone numbers. I'll contact them first. If possible, it's best to come back as soon as possible." Lai Changyi was also worried about Lin Yi. If Han Jingjing had a way to cure Lin Yi, of course, the sooner the better. Unfortunately, Ostal wasn't within the Buffon family's sphere of influence. Otherwise, Lai Changyi would definitely ask Kerman to send Han Jingjing back. With their partnership and Kerman's identity as half of Lai Changyi's disciple, these small things shouldn't be a problem. Han Jingjing remembered the numbers Lai Changyi gave her and hung up. She took out €100 and put it next to the phone. It was the cost of this international call. As for whether she gave too much, it wasn't something Han Jingjing needed to consider. Anyway, it was all along. It didn't matter at all. As for contacting Su Shihan, it wouldn't be too late to wait until they reached Lanmi. Right now, she had to think of a way to get to Lanmi. Han Jingjing, who was about to leave the house, suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed like there was a threat approaching. What could threaten her was definitely not a gun or something like that. She released her divine sense and found a middle-aged white man in black with a cross sword in his hand. His eyes were looking straight at Han Jingjing's direction as if the wall couldn't stop him at all. Han Jingjing suddenly frowned. There was actually someone in this town who could threaten her, and he appeared in front of her so quickly. It was too much of a coincidence. But Han Jingjing wouldn't think that this was an operation specifically targeted at her. She just projected her soul from Heaven State Island. Even Okuda and the Will of Heaven didn't know that Han Jingjing would appear in Europe. It was impossible for them to specifically send someone to deal with her. This old man looks like he has some skills, but I can't see his strength level. It should be the European system. Han Jingjing thought about it and felt that there was no need to waste time, so she turned around and left the house from the other side. Chapter 57-46. The arrows in her hands did not stop as she continued to perfectly block Han Jingjing's path of advance. Unfortunately, the perfection that Hunting Bao thought was perfect was still full of flaws under Han Jingjing's terrifying calculation ability. Coupled with her superior strength, she was able to easily avoid all the arrows. Hunting Bao suddenly felt some regret. She should not have jumped down from the roof. As an archer, attacking the enemy from a high position was always the best choice. However, she had foolishly given up this advantage. She was too careless. She thought that the two of them would be able to defeat this girl. She did not expect to kick an iron plate. Unknowingly, Hunting Bao changed from advancing to retreating at an extremely fast speed. As a result, her arrows were inevitably scattered and there were naturally more flaws. With Han Jingjing's speed and momentum, Hunting Bao was very worried that she would be caught by Han Jingjing in the next second. However, what surprised her was that Han Jingjing, who clearly had the opportunity to deal with her, suddenly changed direction again. Black Shirt, who had rushed over to help, was shocked. He thought that Han Jingjing would not be able to easily change direction with such a fast speed. However, Han Jingjing seemed to completely ignore the effect of inertia and change direction at a large angle without any difficulty. Black Shirt, who originally wanted to help Hunting Bao and sneak attack Han Jingjing, was now facing Han Jingjing head-on. The distance between the two of them continued to decrease. Hunting Bao's expression changed greatly. Only now did he understand that Han Jingjing's target had always been black dress. The sudden attack just now was just a feint. Not only could it disrupt her rhythm, but it could also attract black dress over. It was indeed a good plan. Seeing that Han Jingjing was about to face Black Shirt again, Hunting Bao could only try her best to shoot an arrow in an attempt to interfere with Han Jingjing's movement. Unfortunately, this arrow did not even touch Han Jingjing's shadow. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous wins. As a veteran spirit hunter, Black Shirt was very clear of this principle. Therefore, when he realized that he had fallen into a trap, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, he stimulated all his potential and fiercely stabbed his cross blade towards Han Jingjing's forehead. Out of all the methods of attack, stabbing in a straight line was the fastest and closest. Furthermore, both of them were approaching each other at the same time. Black Shirt even had the illusion that Han Jingjing had placed her forehead on the cross blade's tip. Then, He realized that it was just an illusion. Han Jingjing left him an unfathomable smile, and then disappeared in an instant. Whether it was the stab from the cross blade or the arrow from the composite bow, none of them touched Han Jingjing at all. This was because Han Jingjing had already moved to the side of Black Clothed. She casually kicked out and hit Black Clothed's leg. No matter how strong a body was, there would always be a weakness. For example, the bend of the leg. He, who was rushing over at full speed, did not expect that he would be kicked by Han Jingjing in this place. Before he could fully exert his strength, his kneecap was broken by a huge force. To be more precise, half of it was his own strength. Because of the sudden change, his own strength was folded, and he broke one of his legs. The black-clothed man, who had lost his center of gravity, tumbled to the side like a galloping horse, making a loud noise. His cross blade, in particular, finally broke free of his control. Han Jingjing did not stop at all. She passed by He and burst forth with her full speed, rushing towards Hunting Bao's position like lightning. Although Han Jingjing's speed was fast, she had held back at least 30% of her strength. Hunting Bao was completely unprepared for this sudden burst of speed. After all, she felt that Han Jingjing's previous dodging movements were already her limit. This time, Hunting Bao did not even have time to shoot another arrow. Han Jingjing had already appeared in front of her. In a moment of desperation, Hunting Bao directly used the composite bow as a weapon. She waved it and smashed it towards Han Jingjing. However, after getting close to Han Jingjing, Hunting Bao was indeed a weak chicken. Han Jingjing casually reached out and grabbed Hunting Bao's wrist that was holding the composite bow. With a little force, Hunting Bao's wrist was broken. Hunting Bao let out a soft groan. She could not bear the pain. Her body leaned back, revealing her hot body wrapped in leather. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing was not a man. Of course, she had no interest in this scene. "Who are you people? Why did you sneak attack me?" Han Jingjing asked coldly. Hunting Bao's broken wrist was still in her grasp. Because Han Jingjing was still pushing and pulling, Hunting Bao was already kneeling on the ground on one knee. Her body leaned back a lot, as if she was pulling a fully drawn bow. "I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please forgive us this once." Hunting Bao's beautiful eyes were about to tear up. She could not be bothered to answer the question and immediately began to beg for mercy. He, who was lying on the ground, could not get up for a moment. Her face was pale and cold sweat flowed down. She looked at Han Jingjing with a look of extreme reverence. Towards Hunting Bao's begging, she immediately acquiesced. Although Han Jingjing seemed to be busy going back and forth, the three of them had actually exchanged blows in an instant. At most, it had only been a few seconds before the entire battle was over. "Answer the question, don't talk nonsense." Han Jingjing pushed back again and said coldly. Hunting Bao snorted again and hurriedly replied, "The two of us are spirit hunters, and we specialize in finding spirits that wander between heaven and earth. Many of them are evil spirits and vengeful spirits. After killing them, we collect the purest soul energy in exchange for rewards. This time, we were blind and wanted to kill you, but in the end, we offended you. Please let us go. I still have some collected soul power here. I am willing to give it to you as a token of apology. Let me see. Don't play tricks. Although Han Jingjing did not know what soul power was, she did not reveal it. She directly asked Hunting Bao for soul power to see. Of course, Hunting Bao did not dare to play any tricks. If their strengths were similar, she would have the thought of resisting and looking for an opportunity to escape. But now, she did not have such thoughts at all. She only hoped that she could smoothly exchange her life for Han Jingjing's. Her other unrestrained hand quickly took out a jade bottle from a small pouch on her waist. She handed it to Han Jingjing and said, "This is my soul-gathering bottle. All the collected soul power is in here." Han Jingjing extended her hand and took it. She released her divine sense and scanned it. There did not seem to be any mechanism. Furthermore, when her divine sense entered the jade bottle, Han Jingjing felt that her primordial spirit was incomparably comfortable. Her thoughts were also much clearer. It seemed like this was really a good thing. Chapter 57-47. Letting go of Hunting Bao's broken wrist, Han Jingjing didn't have the intention to kill them. She flashed to Black Shirt's side and looked at him with a smile. Black Shirt sighed. He knew that he had suffered a great loss today, but who asked them to come to him? Now if he wanted to live, he could only beg for Han Jingjing's forgiveness. Without saying much, Black Shirt also took out his soul collection bottle and gave it to Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing didn't know how much soul power was in these two bottles, but it was at least half. Her intuition told her that these two bottles of soul power would definitely be helpful to Lin Yi's current situation. I'll give you these soul power. Is this the end of the matter between us? Black Shirt asked gloomily. Although the small bottle was only the size of a thumb and it was still half full, if these things were sold, they could be exchanged for millions of euros. Now that they were given to Han Jingjing for nothing, it would be strange if he was in a good mood. Han Jingjing glanced at Black Shirt faintly. Her divine sense scanned the small bag of Hunting Bao and him twice. After confirming that they didn't have any extra soul power, she didn't say anything more. How do I use this thing? Han Jingjing asked casually. Although she could roughly deduce it, it was better to be safe since it was related to Lin Yi. If these two dared to lie and harm Lin Yi, Han Jingjing didn't mind coming to Europe to turn them upside down and kill them. Black Shirt said straightforwardly, "It's more complicated for ordinary people, but there's no taboo for a soul body like you. As long as you come into contact with it, you can absorb the soul power to strengthen your own soul. Many evil spirits and resentful spirits actually need to strengthen their soul power to constantly kill people. Have you deliberately killed people and then extracted the soul power of the living after they died?" Han Jingjing suddenly asked. If these two people did the same, they were no different from evil spirits. Black Shirt shouted angrily, "We are noble spirit hunters. How could we do such a despicable thing? You should apologize to us for your ignorant words and deeds." Black Shirt. Hunting Bao walked over slowly and quickly interrupted him when he heard this. This guy really dared to say anything. Didn't he know that their lives were in the hands of others? If Han Jingjing became angry because of this, wouldn't all that soul power be wasted? He Yi also realized that he was impulsive. He laughed dryly and said, "Forget it. Since you don't know these things, I can't blame you. Remember not to say such things casually in the future." If Lin Yi was here, he might have started interrogating if there was any more soul power. Lin Yi was never polite to people who offended him first. However, Han Jingjing's personality was much kinder, so she didn't continue to question him. Of course, Han Jingjing was also wondering if she had more soul power. If the soul power she had wasn't enough for Lin Yi, she would definitely come back to search for more. Therefore, she wouldn't kill these two people, but it was necessary to leave some marks. Han Jingjing quietly placed 2 secret divine sense imprints on Black Cloak and Hunting Bow's bodies. This was one of her few methods, and she had only figured it out because of her research needs. With these 2 divine sense imprints, she could find the 2 of them at any time if she needed them. If she didn't need them, it didn't matter if she never met them. Do you have a car? There weren't many people in this small town. Moreover, it was working hours during the day, so there were very few people here. However, the commotion from their fight wasn't small. Han Jingjing already wanted to leave. In addition, the power behind Johansson was also looking for Han Jingjing. If she wanted to avoid trouble, she couldn't waste any more time. Hunting Bow hurriedly nodded and said, "We do, but we only have 1 car. If you want to go somewhere, can we send you there?" It was clear that Hunting Bow didn't want to give Han Jingjing another car for free. Moreover, sending her to the place she wanted to go might allow her to better understand Han Jingjing's background. "Okay, hurry up and drive the car over." Han Jingjing was well aware of Hunting Bow's thoughts and didn't bother to expose her. It was more important to leave this place as soon as possible. Seeing the injury on Hunting Bow's hand, Han Jingjing reached out and grabbed her hand, startling her. "Let me treat you." "Don't move," Han Jingjing said faintly. She directly twisted and closed Hunting Bow's wrist. Originally, she was being merciful. She didn't really break Hunting Bow's bones. It was just a dislocation. After restoring it, it was more than half healed. As for the injury on Black Cloak's leg, it was slightly more serious. Fortunately, it didn't affect his movements. Since they were going to take a car, it didn't matter. Soon, Hunting Bow drove an ordinary car. After Han Jingjing and Black Cloak got in, they left Ostall and drove in the direction of Blue Rice. On the road out of the town, there were some people in black suits checking the leaving cars. However, when they saw Black Cloak and Hunting Bow's car, they didn't stop them at all. It seemed that the status of spirit hunters in Europe was quite distinguished. Along the way, Han Jingjing didn't have the mood to talk. She was thinking about Lin Yi. Han Jingjing didn't say anything. Black Cloak and Hunting Bow didn't dare to say anything. They just sat in the front quietly. When the car entered the center of Blue Rice City, the 2 suddenly realized that Han Jingjing was no longer in the back seat. They weren't surprised about this. It was a very normal thing for a spirit body to be able to do this. Han Jingjing didn't want them to know that she was going to find Su Shihan and Qing Yi, so she left without saying goodbye. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The concert was about to start. Han Jingjing sneaked into the venue and went to the backstage to find Su Shihan. She should have called first, but Johansson's phone was already thrown away by Han Jingjing. As for Black Cloak and Hunting Bow, Han Jingjing wouldn't borrow their phones. Since she was already here, she might as well go and find them. The fans of Blue Rice were very passionate. They didn't complain because of what happened last time. On the contrary, they were even more popular than last time. Han Jingjing just wanted to say that the population of Europe was actually quite big. After a few turns, she came to the backstage. Qing Yi was talking to Su Shihan. "Shiji, why isn't Han Jingjing here yet? I can't contact her. If she doesn't come after the concert, we should go back together." Chapter 57-48. I also want to go back and see Lin Yi. He's like this because of me. Qing Yi said with self-blame. She really missed Lin Yi. Unfortunately, the schedule was arranged before she was kidnapped. She couldn't do anything about the concert, so Qing Yi could only complete it first. Don't say that. If you say that, Lin Yi won't be happy. Okay, let's not talk anymore. I'll get people to prepare the flight first, Su Shihan said softly and then changed the topic. Su Shihan said gently and then changed the topic. In fact, everything on the private plane was prepared in advance. As long as she said a word, it could take off at any time. Han Jingjing heard this and directly appeared in the room. She said happily, Su Shihan, Qing Yi, I'm very happy to see you guys, but I'm in a hurry. I won't be attending Qing Yi's concert. Su Shihan, are you leaving now? Ah! Su Shihan and Qing Yi both screamed and subconsciously wanted to attack. A person suddenly appeared in a closed room. Anyone would be shocked. Not to mention, both of them were focused on Lin Yi. Han Jingjing. It's you. You scared me to death. Su Shihan and Qing Yi calmed down after seeing who it was and stopped their attack. After greeting each other, Su Shihan didn't even bother to go on stage. She directly nodded to Qing Yi as a farewell and then pulled Han Jingjing to the rooftop of the stadium. There was a small helicopter waiting for them. After the transfer to the airport, the private jet was already waiting for them to fly across the country. Su Shihan's private plane quickly took off from Lanmi. Han Jingjing suddenly remembered that she still had some things to bring in Beijing. So the destination was changed to Beijing City. Originally, Han Jingjing didn't want to go back to the Lu family. However, since she had to get something, she would go over and take a look when she had time. After all, she was also a member of the Lu family. It would be good to go back and take a look. Although Su Shihan wanted to see Lin Yi as soon as possible, but since Han Jingjing said that the thing in Beijing was related to saving Lin Yi, of course, she wouldn't object. However, she didn't plan to go with Han Jingjing to the Lu family. It wasn't suitable for her to go with them. Since she had decided to go back, Han Jingjing informed House Lu beforehand. So when the plane landed, the two most important figures of House Lu, Lu Tianyi and Lu Tianli, came to pick her up personally. There was also the pillar of the younger generation, Han Jingjing's brother Lu Xiaoqiao. Uncle, Dad, and little Chow, why are you all here? Seeing that her family had come to pick her up, Han Jingjing was naturally very happy, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. Jingjing, it's been a while since we've seen you. Of course we had to come see you as soon as we heard you were coming back. Tianyi said with a bright smile as he walked up to Han Jingjing and gave her a light hug. Lu Tianyi knew very well that if it wasn't for Han Jingjing's foresight, House Lu might not have been able to get on Lin Yi's ship. When Lin Yi's trust in House Lu was in crisis, and the whole House Lu might be destroyed, it was Han Jingjing who turned the tide and protected House Lu's foundation. So towards this niece of his, Han Jingjing, Lu Tianyi really liked her. It wasn't strange for him to come and pick her up personally. Thank you, uncle. Han Jingjing returned to the image of a wise and strong woman in front of House Lu. She let go of Lu Tianyi and looked at her father. Lu Tianli's eyes were filled with excitement and pride. This was his daughter. Although he had done something to tarnish his daughter's reputation, it couldn't change the blood connection between father and daughter. Father. Han Jingjing walked up with a smile and hugged Tianli. Seeing Tianli's spirit, Han Jingjing knew that he had truly turned over a new leaf, and this made her very happy. Jingjing, Daddy missed you a lot. Tianli hugged Han Jingjing, his eyes reddening. After all, this was his daughter, and he wouldn't be able to see her for a few years. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Daddy, Jingjing missed you too. Han Jingjing's eyes reddened as well. The person she worried about the most in the common world was her father. Luckily, Tianli was doing well this time, and it made her feel much better. Sis. There's still me. Lu Xiaoqiao giggled as he pointed at himself and opened his arms. Han Jingjing, of course, gave him a big hug as well. She smiled, Xiaoqiao, you're finally not that nerdy otaku anymore. I can finally relax. Otherwise, I'll be worried that you won't be able to find a wife if you're always like that. This was, of course, a joke. Lu Xiaoqiao was handsome and knowledgeable, but even if he was ugly and deformed, as long as he had the halo of being the young master of House Lu, the number of women who wanted to marry him would be enough to line up from the Lu house's gate to the suburbs of Yanjing. The family chatted for a bit before getting into the car. Lu Xiaoqiao drove himself, and Lu Tianyi and Lu Tianli talked with Han Jingjing. This was definitely a treatment that only a minister or above could enjoy. "Grandpa, how's your body?" Han Jingjing asked about Elder Lu and learned that the old man was in good health, but he didn't care about politics anymore. He wasn't in Yanjing at the moment either, but had gone to the south to recuperate. Lu Tianyi and the other juniors would make time to visit him every week, so the old man wouldn't feel lonely. Han Jingjing nodded, so Grandpa went to the south. "Then let's not go home, let's go to the company. I need to get some stuff, and then we'll go to Songshan." "So urgent?" Lu Tianli said, surprised. His daughter rarely came back for a few years, and he didn't want to miss this reunion. "Yeah, some things are more urgent. I'll come back after I'm done." Han Jingjing guessed that House Lu didn't know about Lin Yi's coma yet, so she didn't say it out loud. Lin Yi had enemies in the common world, and it wouldn't do Lin Yi any good if the news got out. Han Jingjing, of course, knew the gravity of the situation. "Are you going to find brother-in-law? He came here once before." Lu Xiaoqiao didn't turn back, but his guess was pretty close. Han Jingjing's heart warmed. Lin Yi still remembered to visit House Lu for her, which meant that he had a place in his heart. She wanted to go back to Songshan to see Lin Yi as soon as possible. Chapter 57-49. If Han Jingjing was going to look for Lin Yi, then Tianli wouldn't have a problem. Thinking of Fan Jian, he wanted to plead for him. Han Jingjing frowned. Of course she knew who Fan Jian was. In fact, she didn't have much of a good impression of this cousin of hers. He was just a spoiled brat, trying to distance himself from House Lu before even asking for their help when House Lu was in trouble. Now that House Lu was rich, he was rushing to help them. This type of person would never be welcomed anywhere. "Dad, why did you bring him up?" Han Jingjing asked curiously. It was rare for the family to get together, and bringing up someone like this would only waste time and affect their mood. Tianli laughed. "He's your cousin after all. He seemed to have offended Lin Yi before. If there's a chance, you should apologize for him in front of Lin Yi. It's not a big deal, it's all for your mom's sake." Lu Xiaoqiao, who was driving, curled his lips in disdain. If it weren't for his sister, he would have beaten that Fan Jian up. But since Tianli was talking, he didn't want to interrupt. Han Jingjing couldn't be bothered to ask how Fan Jian offended Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's level, there was no way he would care about a small fry like this. Even Han Jingjing herself didn't care about this Fan Jian. "Alright, I'll mention it when there's a chance," Han Jingjing said half-heartedly. The main thing right now was to wake up Lin Yi. As for Fan Jian, she'll think about it when he remembers. Tianli didn't really care about Fan Jian either. If it weren't for the fact that Fan Jian had come to him crying and begging for mercy, he wouldn't have mentioned this guy when he saw his daughter. Offended Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi was his son-in-law, he wouldn't dare to offend him at all. Fan Jian was the one who did this to himself, so who could he blame? Soon, the car arrived at the Lu Group skyscraper. It was already night, but the most important people of House Lu were already here. The employees who had been notified were naturally waiting respectfully in the parking lot. Han Jingjing didn't mind at all as she waved her hand to dismiss them. She then took the elevator to the top floor. Her office was still the same. In the beginning, this was Tianli's office, and after she took it over, it became hers. It was precisely because of this that Tianli had the chance to steal the information from the safe, but after Han Jingjing handed the company back to Tianli, this place was left empty by Tianli. Other than cleaning work, no one was allowed to enter. As for Lu Tianli himself, he found another room to use as his office, and so when Han Jingjing came in, she realized that it was exactly the same as before. Even the position of the furniture on the desk was exactly the same. "Jingjing, I always thought that you would come back to take over the company, but I also know that you don't care about our family business at all right now, and you don't have the time to take care of the company either. But I'll always keep your office, you can come back and use it whenever you want. Tianli said with a smile after following Han Jingjing in. Han Jingjing was a little touched. She smiled. Thank you, Dad. In that case, I still have some of my old trinkets. Of course, none of them have been touched. I'll break the hands of whoever dares to take them. Tianli laughed. Han Jingjing didn't waste any time. She went into the room and opened the safe. There weren't any important documents related to the company in here, since she'd handed them all over to Tianli. What was left were the instruments and tools that Han Jingjing used for her research. Han Jingjing didn't bring anything other than a soft armor back from Sky Island. If she wanted to wake up Lin Yi, these things would be very useful. She could go buy them at the last minute, but things that she was used to would be more convenient. There were also some things that should be in the villa beside the school, but the things that were more or less the same. It wasn't as comprehensive as this place, so there was no need for her to come back. Alright, I've got everything I need. I just wanted to come back to see you guys. Since you're all here, I don't need to go home. I'll come back to see you guys after I'm done with my business in Songshan. Han Jingjing was also very straightforward. She was ready to go back to the airport as soon as she got her things. They didn't know what happened in Songshan, but seeing how hurried Han Jingjing was, Lu Tianyi and the others couldn't really say anything. It was something that concerned Lin Yi, and no matter how small it was still a big deal. They all knew that. Jingjing, why don't I go with you? Maybe I can be of some help. Lu Tianyi asked after some thought. No matter what, going to Songshan wasn't a bad thing. Han Jingjing shook her head. No need, you guys can't help much anyways. Let's talk about it when I come back. Alright, you guys don't need to send me to the airport, just get someone to drive me. Sis, I'll be your chauffeur today. Lu Xiaoqiao said with a smile. Ever since he was young, Han Jingjing was the closest to him. Naturally, Han Jingjing wouldn't reject him. She nodded in agreement. Lu Tianyi and Lu Tianli didn't want to be separated from Han Jingjing just like that, and so they decided to go with her. Han Jingjing's words were wasted. Lin Yi had told them about Han Jingjing's situation on Tianjia Island, but it was better for Han Jingjing to tell them personally than Lin Yi. And so, the way back to the airport became Han Jingjing's Tianjia Island trip report. Su Shihan's private plane landed in Donghai City at dawn, and Kong Xiaobo sent a car to pick her up and send her straight to Songshan. Luckily, Su Shihan's itinerary was kept secret. If her fans knew about it, they'd probably be stuck in the airport for half a day. When they arrived at Songshan's villa, Kong Xiaobo, Lai Changyi, Sun Jingyi, and the others were all waiting in the living room. Seeing Han Jingjing, of course, they greeted her passionately. Whether or not Lin Yi could wake up depended on Han Jingjing. They were all acquaintances, so there was no need to be polite. I'll go check on Lin Yi, Gij first. We'll talk later, Han Jingjing said with a smile as she carried her suitcase. Chapter 5750. In fact, those who were in this villa were the closest people to Lin Yi. There was really no need to be too particular. Han Jingjing didn't waste any more time and quickly went upstairs to Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi's primordial spirit lying on the bed didn't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface. If it wasn't for the difference in the room, it would look exactly the same as Lin Yi's body on Heaven Island. Even the posture was exactly the same. Big brother Lin Yi, Jing is here. Han Jingjing rushed to the bed and put down the box in her hand. She reached out and held Lin Yi's hand and said firmly, Big brother Lin Yi, don't worry. Jing will definitely wake you up. Su Shihan was the second to come in. She was also very worried about Lin Yi, but seeing Han Jingjing's expression, she was too embarrassed to do the same. She could only stand by the door and watch without saying anything. She didn't continue to enter the room, and the people behind her also stopped. After Han Jingjing finished speaking, she let go of Lin Yi's hand and turned around to open the box. She took out all the tools and instruments inside one by one. "Jing Jing, what are you doing?" Su Shihan couldn't help but ask. In fact, she wanted to ask more about Lin Yi's situation. It was just that Han Jingjing didn't seem to be doing any checks, so she didn't ask. Han Jingjing continued to put things out and said without turning her head, "I just took a look. There is nothing wrong with Lin Yi's primordial spirit. Although it suffered a lot of damage, it only made Lin Yi's primordial spirit a little weaker. It shouldn't be like this. What is going on? I need to do a more detailed check." As she spoke, Han Jingjing had already started to dismantle some of the instruments and reassembled them into new ones. She also asked Kong Xiaobo to bring all the laptops, TVs, and phones in the villa for her to temporarily use as peripherals. The entire room was quickly filled with scattered components, and around Lin Yi's bed, there were 6 new pillar-shaped electronic devices. It looked a little ugly, but the people at the door didn't understand it, but they thought it was awesome. When Han Jingjing made these things, they made a lot of noise, but no one thought there was a problem. If the noise could wake up Lin Yi, they didn't mind setting off firecrackers in Lin Yi's ears all day. When the 6 electronic devices were finally connected by Han Jingjing, some messy lines began to appear on her laptop. Han Jingjing's face was slightly happy, as if she was very satisfied with the appearance of these lines. Other than Han Jingjing, no one else could understand what these lines meant. They were afraid of disturbing Han Jingjing, so they didn't dare to ask questions. They just watched quietly as Jingjing quickly typed in lines of commands on her laptop. 10 minutes later, Han Jingjing frowned and muttered, "How strange, how could such a situation happen?" Su Shihan immediately asked, "Jing Jing, what did you find out? How is it?" Han Jingjing scratched her head and showed a cute expression, "I'm not too sure. Lin Yi Gij's situation is not easy to describe, so it's a little strange. Everyone was going crazy." Didn't that mean she didn't say anything? How strange was it? Why was it not easy to describe? Han Jingjing seemed to feel that it was not appropriate for her to say this, so she thought about it and continued, "Let's put it this way, Lin Yi Gij's primordial spirit indeed suffered a very serious injury. His primordial spirit's divine sense energy is continuously flowing out, but the speed is not fast. If there is no replenishment, it can still last for about a year, and after a year, it will probably completely dissipate." Su Shihan and Sun Jingyi's face paled. What was so strange about this situation? They should quickly think of a way to save Lin Yi. "Jing Jing, is there any way to stop this energy from flowing out? Not to mention a year, even if it's just a month, the damage to Lin Yi is very big, right?" Sun Jingyi was born in a medical family, so she was very sensitive to this aspect. Han Jingjing said that Lin Yi can last for a year before it completely dissipates, which means that with each passing day, Lin Yi's injuries would worsen. A month was already very scary. Han Jingjing nodded. "This is the strange part, Lin Yi Gij's primordial spirit is losing energy, but on the other hand, there is energy coming in to replenish it. It feels like Lin Yi Gij is cultivating on his own, but the effect isn't very good, just barely enough to keep up with the consumption." Sun Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. This Han Jingjing was panting while talking, it really scared her. Then, could it be that Lin Yi's cultivation isn't enough to make up for the loss of energy, so he can't wake up? Didn't he have experience in self-healing before? Maybe it's the same this time. Su Shihan guessed uncertainly, but there was a hint of truth in it. Maybe so. Han Jingjing said casually, only she understood that Lin Yi's primordial spirit was different from his physical injuries. His magical qi might not be of much help to the primordial spirit's injuries. But Su Shihan's words gave Han Jingjing some ideas. Since Lin Yi's energy loss and replenishment were in a balanced state, maybe increasing the replenishment would give Lin Yi a higher chance of waking up. As for how to increase Lin Yi's energy replenishment, Han Jingjing also had a plan. She prepared 6 cylindrical electrical appliances. After some slight changes, she could form a device similar to a spirit gathering array, but this device didn't gather spiritual qi, but soul power. This was the inspiration from the 2 European spirit hunters. Since there were countless people dying every day in this world, the soul power left behind by their souls before they disappeared, if no one collected it, it would drift between heaven and earth, and after a long time, it would completely disappear. Since this was the case, why not make a device to collect this soul power for Lin Yi's use? A genius like Han Jingjing, of course, wouldn't be like the European spirit hunters, using weapons to fight with souls to collect soul power. She had 2 soul-gathering bottles. Using this as the foundation, it was very easy to make a device similar to a spirit-gathering array. Chapter 57-51. The amount of soul power in the 2 soul-gathering bottles added up was a little more than a whole bottle. They weren't sure if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that Lin Yi's primordial spirit seemed to have solidified a little. It should be the effect of the soul power. Han Jingjing felt it for a moment, and her heart was a lot more assured. She immediately started to modify the equipment, and very quickly, with the 2 soul-gathering bottles as the core, she completed the special spirit-gathering formation. Although there wasn't a lot of soul power floating around in Songshan City, these strands were equivalent to the last straw that broke the camel's back. It directly broke the balance of consumption and replenishment for Lin Yi, and the balance began to tilt in the direction that was advantageous to Lin Yi. Han Jingjing secretly let out a sigh of relief. This method was really effective, and there was also an unexpected harvest. The dissipated energy from Lin Yi's primordial spirit was mostly recovered by the spirit-gathering formation, and once again became replenishment for Lin Yi. This was equivalent to forming a virtuous cycle, and the effect was even more powerful. If this was the reason why Lin Yi was unconscious, he would probably wake up soon. If it was someone with a wicked heart, they might have started a massacre in Songshan City, and seized the opportunity to collect soul power. But Han Jingjing never had such a thought, so she didn't think that she had made such a terrifying device. If the evil cultivators on Heavenly Island found out about it, it would definitely cause a huge storm of blood. In the space of the jade, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He suddenly felt that his primordial spirit's cultivation speed suddenly increased. He didn't know what happened, but this change was quite gratifying. Not only that, Lin Yi also felt that the space of the jade seemed to have a trace of energy that was beneficial to the primordial spirit's cultivation, and this wasn't the original spiritual energy in the space of the jade. Zhao Lao, what's going on? Could it be that the space of the jade has changed? With that mutated dragon Languza following him all day, it was no wonder that Lin Yi's first thought was that the space of the jade had changed. The result was naturally a merciless laugh from Zhao Yazi. Kid, did you become stupid from cultivating? Even if you changed, the space of the jade can't change. Don't think about those useless things, hurry up and cultivate. Actually, Zhao Yazi knew that the extra energy was soul power, but he didn't point it out to Lin Yi, because Zhao Yazi didn't know where the soul power came from. Since Lin Yi's consciousness couldn't go out, Zhao Yazi also couldn't investigate the situation outside. Soul power was the power of a person's soul. It would only leak out after a person died. A normal person could only have a small amount of soul power. Don't look at the small amount that entered the space of the jade, it was at least a dozen people's worth of soul power. Because he knew this, Zhao Yazi purposely hid it. The most important thing now was to connect Lin Yi's primordial spirit with the primordial spirit in the outside world. Everything else wasn't important. It didn't matter if someone was trying to save Lin Yi, since Zhao Yazi couldn't do anything to stop it, he just needed to let Lin Yi cultivate without any burden. At the same time, in the second central base in the outskirts of Songshan, a naked woman floated in a giant glass culture tank. Her head was connected to hundreds of tiny wires, hidden in her long hair. It was almost impossible to see if one didn't pay attention. Jiang Wen, Kong Xiaolong, and the others were all here. Their eyes wandered around the perfect body of the woman, but they didn't dare to show any perverted expressions. The woman's name was Lan Xiaoru, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the base. It wouldn't be good if Lan Xiaoru came looking for trouble. Memory implantation complete. Clone body fusion complete. Activated. A stiff electronic voice announced emotionlessly. Following that, the tiny wires left Lan Xiaoru's head, and the culture fluid in the culture tank was slowly emptied. When the water level was lower than Lan Xiaoru's head, she slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, but it quickly cleared up. Evidently, the fusion of memories had worked, and she was completely awake. As the water level dropped, Lan Xiaoru's body slowly stabilized on the ground. The glass culture tank's sealed door silently sprang open, and Lan Xiaoru walked out confidently, without the slightest shyness or concealment. The first thing Lan Xiaoru said when she walked out wasn't asking for clothes. She asked coldly, "Is Lin Yi dead?" Jiang Wen waved his hand, and the two girls on the side immediately put the clothes on Lan Xiaoru. Jiang Wen bowed and said respectfully, "Respected Miss Lan, congratulations on your new life. I'm just a clone. What new life can I have? Are you cursing my original body to die?" Lan Xiaoru glanced at Jiang Wen coldly and humphed, "Is Lin Yi dead or not?" Jiang Wen didn't expect his flattery to backfire, but he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Lan Xiaoru was a clone, and her identity was far superior to his, the person in charge of Base 2. He could only continue smiling. "Miss Lan is immortal, my bad. Lin Yi hasn't appeared since the explosion, but Qing Yi is still holding a concert. I don't think he'll die that easily." Lan Xiaoru looked at the clothes she was wearing. She seemed to be satisfied with Jiang Wen's preparation, but she didn't like his report. "It's been so many days, don't you know how to investigate? What estimate? If Qing Yi is in the mood to hold a concert, then Lin Yi will be fine. Go find out where he is now." Lan Xiaoru stood in front of Jiang Wen and ordered in an extremely domineering manner. She had to get rid of Lin Yi no matter what. This kind of opportunity wouldn't come by often. "Yes. Actually, I've already arranged for people to investigate Lin Yi's whereabouts. It's just that I've been focusing on reviving you these days, so I've neglected it. I'm sorry." Jiang Wen lowered his head and apologized. He knew Lan Xiaoru's personality very well. Going against her would never do him any good. As expected, Lan Xiaoru's expression softened a little when she heard Jiang Wen's words. She nodded, "Very good, you've done well. From today onwards, Jiang Wen, you're the commander-in-chief of the common world. You'll be in charge of everything." Chapter 57-52. Lan Xiaoru waved her hand and said, "I'll leave the matters of the secular world to you. My position is the chief scientific advisor. In the future, I will focus on improving the technological strength of the center of the secular world, so I don't have time to pay attention to these matters. You are a talent, and we have been observing you for a long time. It's time for you to come out and take charge." Naturally, Jiang Wen thanked Lin Yi again and again with a face full of gratitude, but the two of them knew very well that this decision was made because the center's power in the common world had suffered quite a bit from Lin Yi's repeated attacks. There really wasn't anyone other than Jiang Wen who had the qualifications and experience to be the commander of the common world. Lan Xiaoru finished with Jiang Wen and turned to look at Zhao Long. The glasses doctor was killed by that traitor Dafeng, and he didn't leave a DNA sample, so there's no way to clone him. But the glasses doctor is a precious talent of the center, and there's a backup of his memories. I need to raise a young scientist to inherit the doctor's memories. Do you have any suggestions, head commanderin? Xiaolong's heart pounded furiously. Lan Xiaoru was talking to Jiang Wen, but her eyes were on Xiaolong. This wasn't even a hint, it was a blatant statement. He wouldn't be Xiaolong if he didn't get it. Xiaolong had already analyzed the pros and cons of this in a split second. Inheriting the glasses professor's memories would very likely cause him to lose his personality, but if that were the case, Lan Xiaoro wouldn't need to choose Xiaolong at all. She could have just picked a random young man. Since Lan Xiaoro had her eyes on Xiaolong, it was most likely because of his talent. After all, he was a young and promising doctor, and he was known as a genius. Xiaolong guessed that after inheriting the glasses doctor's memories, his personality would still be his, but the memories would be shared by both of them. It wasn't a big deal. On the other hand, Xiaolong would become one of the top figures in the common world, at the very least, he'd be one of the top 3. This was a chance that Xiaolong had been dreaming of. He'd always been jealous of his cousin, Kong Mingming. He was a useless playboy, but why was he able to do so well? He, the prodigy of House Kong, was like an ant. Now that there was a chance, Xiaolong would definitely grab it. Lan Xiaoro didn't say anything, but Xiaolong was already prepared to say yes. Jiang Wen was a smart man, too. He only needed to glance at Lan Xiaoro to know what she was thinking. He smiled and nodded. What a coincidence, I have a suitable candidate here. At the same time, Jiang Wen reached out and pulled Xiaolong over. Miss Lan should know this Xiaolong, right? Originally, he came from the Central Sanctuary. He has the title of Doctor of Medicine, and his IQ is beyond doubt. Besides, he is Kong Mingming's brother. Speaking of which, he is one of us. It's a waste of his talent to be my assistant. What do you think, Miss Lan? Here's the chance. Xiaolong looked at Jiang Wen gratefully. He didn't wait for Lan Xiaoro to ask. Miss Lan, I've always respected Dr. Glass's knowledge. If I could inherit his memories and let him use my body to be reborn, that would be my honor. If possible, please give me this chance. Lan Xiaoro smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I'm very happy that you're willing to make such a request. Dr. Glasses would be very satisfied to have a talent like you as a vessel for his rebirth. Then it's decided. Prepare the memory inheritance immediately. The equipment was ready-made, but only Lan Xiaoro knew the password to open the memory extraction. She had to do it herself. Jiang Wen looked at Xiaolong lying on the metal table, deep in thought. Theoretically speaking, Lan Xiaoro and Dr. Glasses were both immortal existences, but Lan Xiaoro used her own DNA to duplicate a body infinitely. Dr. Glasses, on the other hand, probably didn't want to clone himself because his original body was too weak. He only backed up his memories as a means of rebirth. Now that Jiang Wen was the commander-in-chief of the common world, he had the right to preserve the possibility of rebirth for himself. He was already considering whether he should choose Lan Xiaoro's method or Dr. Glass's method. Suddenly, Jiang Wen had an idea, perhaps he could combine the two methods and keep a copy of his memories. He wouldn't use a human body as a vessel, but a clone body instead. Of course, this clone body wouldn't be his original body. A clone with no memories at all would be more suitable as a vessel for the memory inheritance. The first name that popped into Jiang Wen's mind was Lin Yi. Jiang Wen hated Lin Yi to the bone, but in his subconscious, he really wanted to be like Lin Yi. If he could get a sample of Lin Yi's DNA and clone it, would he be as strong as Lin Yi? Jiang Wen couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The only problem was, how could he get a complete copy of Lin Yi's DNA? Of course, problems could always be solved with solutions. With a plan like this, Jiang Wen believed that he could do it. Now that he was the commander-in-chief of the common world, he'd be able to think of a way to solve small problems like this. As Jiang Wen's thoughts ran wild, Xiaolong successfully inherited the doctor's memories and sat up with his hands on his messy head. Lan Xiaoro stood in front of Xiaolong, waiting for him to calm down before smiling. Xiaolong. Or should I keep using Dr. Glasses? Xiaolong put a hand on his forehead and chuckled. Miss Lan, just call me Xiaolong. I've inherited Dr. Glass's memories, but the original name sounds better. Lan Xiaoru nodded with a smile. No problem, if you like Dr. Glasses, you can change it. Xiaolong laughed and thanked Lan Xiaoru. He stood up and waved at Xue Jianfeng, who was sitting in the corner, watching coldly. Xue Jianfeng, how's the fusion? Come here and give me a check. Chapter 57-53. Xiaolong had inherited the glasses professor's memories, and Xue Jianfeng should have been happy about it. But looking at Xiaolong's annoying face, Xue Jianfeng regretted not killing him at the bottom of the sea. But no matter how unhappy he was, he didn't dare to show it. He walked over obediently. Glasses professor, it's great that you're able to come back to life. My situation seems to be pretty good. Xiaolong frowned. Call me Professor Kong. I know you respect the professor a lot, and I'm indeed the professor's reincarnation, but I hope you remember that I'm Xiaolong now. Do you hear me? Don't let this happen again. Xue Jianfeng was getting more and more pissed off. He was a powerful practitioner at the early stage of mystic ascension, but he was being scolded mercilessly by an ant like Xiaolong. Didn't this idiot know that he could kill him with a single glance? Yes, I hear you. It won't happen again. Xue Jianfeng gave in, feeling extremely wronged. There was still poison in the center of his body. If he could get rid of the poison, he'd never let that bastard Xiaolong go. Xiaolong was satisfied with Xue Jianfeng's attitude. He picked up a scalpel and threw it to Xue Jianfeng. Make a bigger wound for me. He wanted to cut Xue Jianfeng for fun, but Xue Jianfeng's defense wasn't something anyone could break. Even if Xiaolong used a large knife, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark on Xue Jianfeng's body, much less a scalpel. Xue Jianfeng's eyebrows twitched. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the scalpel. He made a cut on his arm, and a 30-centimeter-long cut appeared. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. This guy was really cruel to himself. Xiaolong didn't care about Xue Jianfeng's feelings and expressions. He focused on the wound. Lan Xiaoru and Zhang Wen did the same. They were all looking forward to Xue Jianfeng's self-healing ability. Blood seeped out of the cut quickly, but before it could form, the cut closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short 10 seconds, there wasn't even a scar left on Xue Jianfeng's arm. Only traces of blood proved that there really was a wound. Xiaolong clapped his hands and laughed. It worked. Our Kong family's golden sore medicine is quite amazing. Once this new medicine is mass-produced, we will be able to form an undead army. Xue Jianfeng wiped away the bloodstains on his arm and sneered in his heart. The Kong clan's golden sore medicine was indeed not bad, but he wasn't completely clueless. He had seen the recipe, and the ingredients inside were extremely rare and precious even in the secular world. It was impossible to concoct such a medicine in large quantities. Furthermore, only Xue Jianfeng understood the pain and difficulty of fusing the medicine. Even with his early-stage profound ascension physique, he almost couldn't endure it. Build an undead army. Let's find someone who can withstand the potion's power without dying first. Due to his displeasure towards Xiaolong and Zhang Wen, Xue Jianfeng didn't voice out his thoughts. He maintained his silence. His goal now was to increase his strength and find a chance to get rid of the poison in his body. Then, he would be truly free. Let's talk about the army later. Let's discuss the plan to deal with Lin Yi first. If Xue Jianfeng could finish the fusion earlier, perhaps the sacred base wouldn't have been destroyed. But it doesn't matter, it's just a base. As long as we can kill Lin Yi's Yuan Shin, everything will be worth it. Lan Xiaoru couldn't forget about killing Lin Yi. After seeing Xue Jianfeng's performance, she immediately made arrangements to deal with Lin Yi. Zhang Wen quickly found someone to ask about the results of the investigation. Fortunately, there was the latest feedback. As the chief commander, he didn't seem so useless. Miss Lan, Lin Yi still hasn't appeared. But our people said that there are many people gathered in Lin Yi's villa in Songshan. Perhaps Lin Yi is hiding there to heal. Why don't we just kill them all? Even if Lin Yi isn't here, killing a few of his lackeys would be good too. Jiang Wen suggested passionately. In fact, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that a master like Xue Jianfeng was here to snatch the unconscious Meng Yao. Normally, Jiang Wen wouldn't dare to do this. The lackeys under Lin Yi were very strong. They weren't people he could mess with. But now, it was different. He didn't use the power he had. Lan Xiaoru sighed. Lin Yi hasn't appeared yet. It's very likely that he went back to Sky Class Island. After all, he's just a primordial spirit. If he's injured too heavily, he'll just disintegrate and return. It seems that I'll have to contact the main body on Heaven Island to confirm. Chief Commanderin, have someone continue to monitor the villa from the outside and then install some monitoring equipment in the surroundings. Keep me updated. Yes, Miss Lan. I'll give the order right away. Jiang Wen didn't say anything else. He immediately went to inform his men. Lan Xiaoru also sent a letter to Sky Class Island to ask about Lin Yi through the special channel of the center. One day later, Sky Class Island replied. They said that after investigation, Lin Yi's main body was still unconscious. This meant that Lin Yi's Yuanshan hadn't returned. It was still in the common world. It might be because it was injured too badly. After getting the letter, Lan Xiaoru slammed the table excitedly. This is a chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize it. Chief Commanderin, immediately let your men connect the signal of the surveillance equipment here. We need to carefully observe the situation in this villa. We must make sure that Lin Yi is inside and kill him in one blow. For Lan Xiaoru, Lin Yi was the only one she needed to pay attention to. As for his men and women, they weren't important at all. Before Lin Yi died, she wouldn't touch those people easily. Once Lin Yi died, it would be easy to deal with them. So now Lan Xiaoru must make sure that Lin Yi was in the villa. Then, she would launch a thunderous strike and kill Lin Yi completely. Xue Jianfeng sat on the sofa indifferently, as if nothing had anything to do with him. In fact, if they wanted to investigate the villa, it was a very good plan to let Xue Jianfeng sneak in. However, Lan Xiaoru didn't want to alert the enemy, so she didn't use it. Xue Jianfeng also wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. Although he and the guys in the center had the same position on killing Lin Yi. Chapter 57-54. Lan Xiaoru looked at the small image on the huge display screen, and her hands jumped quickly on the control keyboard. In addition to the normal video surveillance, there were also high-tech surveillance methods such as thermal imaging, infrared imaging, and so on. They could see every corner of the entire villa clearly. It was a pity that Lin Yi was a spirit body, and these surveillance methods could not find his exact location, so they could not be sure if Lin Yi was really in the villa. Because of this, Lan Xiaoru did not dare to act rashly for a while, for fear that she could not hit the target and give Lin Yi a chance to catch his breath. She did not know that if she attacked now, Lin Yi might really be killed by her, and the hesitation at this critical moment really gave Lin Yi a chance to live. In the villa, Han Jingjing was still waiting by Lin Yi's side, paying attention to the changes on the instrument at all times. What made her feel at ease was that looking at the fluctuations of those lines, Lin Yi's condition was gradually improving. First of all, the speed of energy loss began to slow down after these days of strong replenishment, and the speed of replenishment had further increased. If her guess was right and it went smoothly, Lin Yi would be able to wake up soon, and Han Jingjing's purpose of coming back would basically be considered to have been achieved. At this moment, Han Jingjing found that the technological surveillance array she had set up had captured some strange energy signals, and she immediately operated quickly on the notebook. What is this? Surveillance equipment. In less than 10 seconds, Han Jingjing easily found the source of the trace of energy signal. It turned out to be a thermal imaging instrument not far from the villa. Originally, someone had set up surveillance equipment around the villa, and it should have been discovered by the people in the villa early on. However, these guys used the identity of repairing the network base station as a cover, and they did not arouse the suspicion of Kong Xiaobo and the others. They openly installed all kinds of surveillance equipment around the villa. When it came to combat experience, all the people in this villa added up would not be comparable to Lin Yi. Han Jingjing was also a little speechless. If it were not for this surveillance tool discovering a trace of abnormal energy, she would not have paid attention to what the people outside were doing. I'd like to see who is so concerned about my big brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing snorted, and immediately began to reverse track on the notebook, trying to find out where the signal was flowing to. Han Jingjing's genius was not only manifested in research and manufacturing various inventions. In fact, she used to be one of the top 5 hackers in the world, and her technical strength was not inferior to the unconscious Tu Ran. It was just that no one knew her identity, and she only appeared occasionally for fun, so she was not known. Although she had not been in the secular world for a few years, Han Jingjing's skills had not fallen behind. Instead, they had become even more powerful. It was likely that she had set up her own security defenses and cracked the invasions on Heaven Island. For Han Jingjing, this was just a little game for her to relax when she was tired. Hee, I caught you. In less than 3 to 5 minutes, Han Jingjing chuckled proudly. This was much simpler than the security protection she set up herself. Lan Xiaoru did not expect that the surveillance equipment would be tracked by Han Jingjing. In fact, Lan Xiaoru's technical strength was not inferior to Han Jingjing's, but Lan Xiaoru never considered that the people in the villa would discover and track her, so she did not set up too complicated defenses. The few firewalls were set up by Lan Xiaoru out of habit. It was enough for ordinary hackers, but for Han Jingjing, it was completely useless. This time, not only did she find the source of the signal, but Han Jingjing also silently followed the video signal and invaded the sender's system. It was rare for them to open a receiving port. If Han Jingjing did not make good use of it, it would be a waste of their hospitality. Center. I knew it. Let's see where you can run now. The screen in front of Han Jingjing was densely packed with confidential information from the center's central computer. Even Han Jingjing's beautiful big eyes showed a fanatical look. The hard disk space is not enough. Damn it. Han Jingjing muttered and quickly pulled another computer on the side. After connecting it quickly, she continued to copy the center's database. Taking advantage of this time, she also observed Lin Yi's situation. It was still developing in a good direction, so Han Jingjing continued to control the center's central computer. With the highest control authority, Han Jingjing could copy the center's confidential information without any scruples. Originally, she wanted to delete all the information after copying, but doing so was likely to be discovered by the people in the center, so Han Jingjing maintained extreme caution. She only copied it, and did not act rashly. Suddenly, the name of a project caught Han Jingjing's attention, Spirit Incinerator. This name was obviously targeted at Brother Lin Yi. How could Han Jingjing let it go? She immediately secretly looked at this file first. To her surprise, the research project was still in progress, and the information was constantly being updated. To put it simply, Han Jingjing was on a live broadcast. Spirit Incinerator was based on the super flame researched by the Glasses Doctor in the Center's Sacred. It was a simplified device that made it easier to carry around, but the power of the flame in a unit wouldn't be reduced at all. The Glasses Doctor's memory had been passed on to Xiaolong, so this project was now under Xiaolong's management. Lan Xiaoru also helped solve some of the problems, which made the research progress quite fast. Han Jingjing was secretly shocked as she watched. Sure enough, she wasn't the only genius in this world. The guy who developed the primordial spirit incinerator was an extremely intelligent existence. Han Jingjing felt that he wasn't much inferior to her. Of course, now wasn't the time to be amazed by the opponent's strength. Seeing that the spirit incinerator was about to be completed, Han Jingjing felt that she should do something, but she didn't know what to do yet. It wasn't that Han Jingjing didn't have a plan, but there was more than one action she could take, and she didn't know which one was the best. Brother Lin Yi, you're really lucky. Luckily it was Jing Jing who came. If the other sisters came, they wouldn't be able to discover the central plot. Knowing that Lin Yi's condition was improving, Han Jingjing's mood improved as well. She couldn't help but praise Lin Yi. Chapter 57-55. As she spoke, Han Jingjing got busy again. She gathered the scattered parts and started making something. In the second base, Xiaolong and Lan Xiaoru finally completed the simplified version of the super flame, the spirit burner. Now was the time to use it to kill Lin Yi. Shui Jianfeng, install this spirit burner on the flying saucer and go to the villa to kill Lin Yi. Xiaolong said to Shui Jianfeng proudly as he pointed at the spirit burner he had just made. Shui Jianfeng turned to Lan Xiaoru and asked, Miss Lan, have you confirmed that Lin Yi is in the villa? Also, is this thing really effective? If something goes wrong, should I just kill Lin Yi and be done with it? Lan Xiaoru looked at Shui Jianfeng with approval. Not bad, your question is very good. Our first goal is to kill Lin Yi no matter what. If the spirit burner doesn't work, then we'll have to rely on you to kill Lin Yi's spirit. Remember, don't fail. After a slight pause, Lan Xiaoru continued, as for whether or not Lin Yi is in the villa, I'm not sure yet, but I'm guessing that there's a 90% chance that he is. Just do whatever you want. Shui Jianfeng nodded, I understand. I'll go prepare now. Xiaolong wasn't happy that Shui Jianfeng ignored him. He humphed, forget it, I'll go with you. I'm the one who made this spirit burner, after all. If anything goes wrong, I'll be able to take care of it. That's good. I'll be more at ease with Professor Kong. Lan Xiaoru nodded. She didn't object to Xiaolong's suggestion. Shui Jianfeng was annoyed. She didn't even trust him for something like this. This Xiaolong was too much. Did he think that just because he inherited Professor Glass's memories, he really became Professor Glass's? However, Shui Jianfeng also knew that he was the one who had the least right to speak, so he didn't say much. He picked up the small cannon-shaped spirit incinerator and turned to leave the room. Xiaolong called out to Lan Xiaoru and Zhang Wen before following them out. He didn't pay much attention to Shui Jianfeng's feelings. He only wanted to go along because of his hatred for Lin Yi. There weren't many chances to kill Lin Yi with his own hands, so Xiaolong wouldn't miss it. The sky was already dark by the time everything was ready. The flying saucer carried Shui Jianfeng and Xiaolong, activating the cloaking device and leaving Songshan's outskirts, flying towards Lin Yi's villa. It wasn't even a minute before it reached Lin Yi's villa. It was a city area, after all, and the speed of the flying saucer was incredibly fast. Shui Jianfeng's divine sense swept over first. This distance wasn't a problem at all. As long as there wasn't any divine sense shielding device, he could see everything in the villa clearly. It was much better than the surveillance devices outside. Lin Yi really is heavily injured. He's lying unconscious in the room on the second floor. Shui Jianfeng said, pleasantly surprised. If he knew it would be so easy, why would he need those surveillance devices? He could have just asked him to take a look around here. However, Shui Jianfeng's divine sense was noticed by Languza. Languza was much stronger than Shui Jianfeng, and so was his divine sense. Shui Jianfeng's scan was immediately noticed by Languza, and he followed up with a scan. Shui Jianfeng's body shook, and he mumbled, I forgot about this guy. Even if Lin Yi's injuries aren't light, this guy isn't easy to deal with. Xiaolong, on the other hand, didn't notice Shui Jianfeng's mumbling. When he heard that Lin Yi was on the second floor of the villa, he laughed evilly, ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. That bastard Lin Yi finally has his day. Watch how this young master's primordial spirit incinerator turns him into ashes. Shui Jianfeng wanted to say that there was a mystic late-stage master who had his eyes on them, but when he thought that Lin Yi was about to die, he didn't say it out loud. More importantly, Shui Jianfeng thought that even if he couldn't win against Languza, it wouldn't be a problem. After merging with the new recovery potion, his body was almost immortal. Languza was strong, but he might not be able to do anything to Shui Jianfeng. If he could use this chance to kill Zhao Long, it would be perfect. Firing the spirit incinerator not only gave him a chance to kill Lin Yi, but it also gave him a chance to kill Zhao Long. This was killing two birds with one stone. Shui Jianfeng wanted to laugh out loud at the thought of it. He should give himself a thumbs up for being so smart. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Zhao Long didn't know that Shui Jianfeng was planning to get rid of him with a borrowed knife. He was still laughing proudly as he activated the soul burner, aiming for the villa below. A blazing white super flame suddenly descended from the sky. It was as if a small sun had lit up in the night sky, illuminating the entire villa area. Die! Die! Die, all of you! Zhao Long laughed crazily as he pushed the burner's power to the maximum. The white super flame brought with it waves of heat, engulfing the entire villa. Jiang Wen, who was far away in the second base, changed his expression. What's wrong with Zhao Long? Didn't we agree to only kill Lin Yi's soul? Does he intend to kill everyone in this villa with this level of intensity? The super flame did damage to the soul without a doubt. It was obvious from Lin Yi's current situation. But in fact, the super flame didn't only work on the soul. It would burn everything else as well. Judging from the range of the super flames that Zhao Long had unleashed, the entire villa would be completely destroyed in 1 or 2 seconds. Everyone inside, including Languza, would probably be burned to ashes. Jiang Wen didn't care about the others, but Meng Yao was in deep slumber as well. This bastard Zhao Long was going to kill Yao Yao as well. But the super flame of the spirit burner had already been unleashed. Even Jiang Wen couldn't stop it now. Killing Lin Yi was something to be happy about, but letting Yao Yao die with him was something he couldn't accept. Chapter 57-56. Just when these people in the center thought that the outcome had been decided, an inconspicuous metal rod that looked like a lightning rod suddenly flashed with a few electric arcs. Then, the blazing white flames that covered the sky seemed to be attracted by the lightning rod. They suddenly changed their direction and gathered on the metal rod. Xiaolong's smile was still on his face when he realized that things weren't as he'd imagined. The villa below was still the same villa, and the super flames from the spirit burner didn't even burn a single feather on the roof, much less Lin Yi inside. What's going on? Xiaolong asked, surprised, but no one answered his question. Could it be that it's malfunctioning? That doesn't make sense. Xiaolong subconsciously activated the spirit burner again, and another ball of super flame fell straight down. This time, Xiaolong's eyes were wide open, and he could clearly see the super flame being absorbed by the metal rod. How could this be? Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Strictly speaking, this spirit burner was created by combining his and the glasses professor's intelligence. How could it be useless? Normally speaking, a ball of super flame would be enough to burn the villa below into ashes. Why couldn't it burn a single metal rod after 2 tries? In the villa, Han Jingjing, who'd always had a cute expression on her face, was smiling like a fox. She was just worried about the lack of free soul energy in Songshan, and Lin Yi's recovery speed was too slow, and this idiot Zhao Long came to her rescue twice in a row. If they hadn't been discovered by the surveillance earlier, they would have been able to kill Lin Yi, but it was unnecessary. Han Jingjing caught them, tracked them back to their location, and took control of the second base's central computer. Xiaolong's spirit burner was no longer a secret to Han Jingjing. After all, she was a super genius who'd invented automatic pill refining and weaponsmithing equipment. The principle behind the spirit burner was laid out clearly in front of her, and if she still couldn't find a way to deal with it, she might as well kill herself with a piece of tofu. The super flame could damage the body, and in other words, it was a type of energy utilization. Han Jingjing created a reverse recycling device for the spirit burner, reversing the damage of the super flame. Xiaolong's 2 consecutive attacks were converted into energy for Lin Yi's body to absorb. It wasn't as effective as pure soul energy, but there was a lot of it, and it should be able to speed up Lin Yi's recovery. Why did you stop? Let's do it a few more times. This little bit of energy isn't enough to wake up Lin Yi, big bro. Xiaolong. Go. Don't give up. Go. Han Jingjing stared at the computer screen with a smile, cheering for Xiaolong and the UFO. If she only used the super flame twice, it wouldn't even be enough for her hard work. Another ball of white super flame appeared on the screen, and Han Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim. At least Xiaolong wasn't so scared, or else she'd consider making a simplified spirit burner herself to replenish Lin Yi's energy. In the UFO, Xiaolong screamed hysterically, "Impossible. There's nothing wrong with my work, how could this happen? This doesn't make sense." Amidst Han Jingjing's laughter, she fired the super flame again and again, adding to Lin Yi's recovery. Xue Jianfeng's face was a little ugly. He wanted to use Languza to get rid of Xiaolong, but it had been so long, and even the security of the residential area was gathering here. There was no response from the villa at all. Something was wrong, and while he wasn't afraid, he still felt a little guilty. Xiaolong, don't use your spirit burner anymore. Use the laser cannon to blow up this villa first, and if Lin Yi doesn't die, then use the burner on him. Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but remind Xiaolong, who was already in a dead end. After all, compared to Xiaolong, he wanted to kill Lin Yi more. Xiaolong paused, not minding the disrespect in Xue Jianfeng's tone. He clapped his hands, "Makes sense. Xue Jianfeng, you're quite smart, aren't you? Your limbs aren't the only thing you have." Xue Jianfeng wanted to slap this guy to death. If he'd known this guy was like this, he would have thrown him into the sea to feed the fishes when he escaped from the holy center. Xiaolong's back was facing Xue Jianfeng, so he didn't see him grit his teeth. His hands were still moving quickly on the control panel, and under the UFO, the spirit burner's barrel retracted, revealing the laser cannon's barrel. Lan Xiaoru and Zhang Wen were shocked that the super flame didn't work at all, but Xiaolong was getting ready to use the laser cannon. Zhang Wen, who was in the base, finally came back to his senses and yelled into the communicator, "Xiaolong, don't destroy the villa. Lin Yi isn't alone in there. Let Xue Jianfeng go destroy the absorption device." Unfortunately, his words didn't stop Xiaolong. As far as Xiaolong was concerned, anyone who was with Lin Yi should be dead, so he pretended he didn't hear Zhang Wen's call. The muzzle of the laser cannon quickly charged up, and then a white light flashed, and a beam of light fell directly on the villa. The security guards who ran over from afar were all stunned, as if they were watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Because of the laser cannon, the UFO's invisibility had failed, so these people were all thinking, could it be that aliens were invading Earth? Xiaolong's lips curled into a smile. He could already imagine the villa being reduced to rubble, and then the laser cannon would be replaced with the spirit burner, turning everything into ashes with a super flame. But the next moment, Xiaolong was completely dumbfounded. There was a flash of light above the villa, and a U-shaped light shield appeared. After the laser beam entered the shield, it turned around and shot back at the flying saucer. What the hell? Xiaolong was scared out of his wits. The UFO had a protective shield, but Xiaolong didn't even think about getting hit by his laser cannon, so he didn't activate it. Even if he thought about it, he wouldn't be able to activate it in time. Chapter 57:57. Alert! Alert! The UFO is under attack. Heavily damaged. Explode in 30 seconds. The UFO's electronic voice sounded intermittently. Judging from the sparks on the hole, it was obvious that the UFO wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Xiaolong was still in shock and didn't know how to react when he heard the alarm. Xue Jianfeng, on the other hand, was much more clear-headed. Since the UFO was about to explode, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible. The defenses of the villa were obviously prepared for a surprise attack. Since that was the case, Xue Jianfeng didn't want to take the risk. If it was Lin Yi's underlings who weren't prepared, Xue Jianfeng was confident that his sneak attack would work, but with the defenses of the villa so tight, even if he could recover quickly, he wouldn't dare provoke the enemy. Xue Jianfeng looked at Xiaolong, who was still in shock, and opened the door to the UFO's emergency compartment, preparing to escape by himself. As for that idiot Xiaolong, he'd just let him explode with the UFO. But before Xue Jianfeng could leave the UFO, Lan Xiaoru's voice came from the communicator. Xue Jianfeng, protect Professor Kang and get him out of the UFO. Get him back to the base as soon as possible. Remember, you must ensure Professor Kang's safety. Xue Jianfeng hated himself. He wanted to kill Xiaolong, but he had to force himself to save him. This feeling was more disgusting than swallowing a fly. Understood, don't worry, Miss Lan. I'll bring Professor Kang back for sure. Xue Jianfeng gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled Xiaolong over, jumping out of the emergency hatch. In order to attack the villa, the flying saucer was hovering 100 meters in the air. Xue Jianfeng wouldn't have any problems jumping down from that distance, but Xiaolong would be dead without Xue Jianfeng's help. There was a parachute in the UFO, but there wasn't enough time to open it at 100 meters in the air. That was why Xue Jianfeng was so unwilling. Xue Jianfeng, who jumped out of the hatch, did not land directly. Instead, he used the momentum to glide diagonally. If he landed directly, he would be in the villa where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi had not woken up, but if he was stopped by Languza, Xue Jianfeng would not be able to get any benefits. It was better to stay away from them. After gliding in the air for more than 100 meters, the UFO suspended in the air burst into brilliant sparks and directly disintegrated in the air. However, this explosion was not a self-detonation. Instead, it exploded because it was hit by the laser cannon, so the power was not that great. A few larger parts of the UFO fell with a flaming tail. Languza's consciousness had been locked onto Xue Jianfeng and Xiaolong the entire time. The moment the two left the flying saucer, he wanted to chase after them. Languza had always wanted to kill Xue Jianfeng, who had the scent of a sea beast on him. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't agree. This time, Lin Yi was still unconscious, so there was no one to stop him. Languza, of course, didn't want to let Xue Jianfeng go. Languza, where do you think you're going? It was a pity that Languza was stopped by Sun Jingyi just as he stood up. Sister-in-law, I found an ambush. I'm going to capture them. Languza scratched his head. He had a lot of respect for Sun Jingyi. After all, she was his boss, Lin Yi's woman. For Lin Yi's sake, he had to explain. Sun Jingyi shook her head. Languza, I want to ask you not to leave the villa. We can't be sure of Lin Yi's condition right now. You're the only one here who can protect him. If you fall into the trap and Lin Yi is in danger, we might not be able to protect Lin Yi with our strength. Languza thought about it. Compared to killing the annoying Xue Jianfeng, Lin Yi's safety was obviously more important. So, Languza nodded immediately. Sister-in-law, you're right. I was too impulsive. I won't go anywhere today. I'll stay in the villa and see who dares to attack boss. Thank you, Languza. Sun Jingyi smiled. Being able to let Languza stay here had calmed her down a lot. She couldn't help with Lin Yi's injury at all, but before Lin Yi woke up, she had to do everything she could to protect Lin Yi's safety. There were a few sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. It was obvious that it was the flying saucer that exploded in the sky. Han Jingjing shouted from upstairs. Sister Jingy, get someone to bring the flying saucer's pieces in. I need to study them. Then, I'll notify the secret investigation department and have them settle this. Don't let anyone know. Okay, I'll arrange it. Sun Jingyi agreed. She asked Yu Bing and the others to help move the flying saucer pieces in. The flames on the metal pieces had already disappeared when they hit the ground. Although it was a bit hot, Yu Bing and the others weren't afraid of the heat. They quickly moved the pieces in. As for the security guards that came later, they were sent away by Kong Xiaobo with a random excuse. It couldn't be helped. Kong Xiaobo was a famous figure in Songshan. Even if he was lying, the security guards would believe him. Han Jingjing checked on Lin Yi's condition again. After absorbing the energy from the super flame, Lin Yi seemed to be getting a lot better. Han Jingjing didn't stay here and ran downstairs. As for the flying saucer technology, Han Jingjing had already gotten it from the central mainframe of the base. Now, she only needed to look at the wreckage of the flying saucer to confirm the materials used and the arrangement of the circuits. Then, she would be able to calculate what kind of resources she needed to build a flying saucer. Although she couldn't bring the flying saucer back to Sky Class Island, it was still good to use it in the common world. Plus, after Han Jingjing returned to Sky Class Island, she could build another flying saucer. This thing was much more reliable than flying spirit beasts. It was also very fast. After Han Jingjing modified it, it would be even more perfect. There's only this much left. What a pity. Han Jingjing ran down and saw the black metal pieces. She had a regretful expression on her face. She didn't think about the person who caused this. After banging on it for a while, Han Jingjing nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Although it's broken, I've gathered most of the things I wanted. Jingjing, sis-in-law, do you want to build a flying saucer for us too? Kong Xiaobo asked curiously. His eyes were full of expectation. It was a good thing to have a flying saucer to play with. I have this plan, but I'm not sure yet. Han Jingjing said with a smile. Although they had the technology, it wasn't easy to build a flying saucer. While everyone was talking, Lin Yi, who was upstairs, slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness had finally communicated with the Yuanshan outside from the space of the jade pendant. It was only a matter of time before he woke up. Chapter 57-58. There is such a plan, but I'm not sure yet. Han Jingjing said with a smile. Although the technology was there, it was not so easy to build a flying saucer. Just as everyone was talking, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes upstairs. His consciousness finally communicated with the Yuanshan outside from the space of the jade pendant. It was only a matter of time before he woke up. But what were these strange metal rods around him? An array. Who set it up? Lin Yi remembered that he was injured and unconscious after the explosion in the central sacred region. Fortunately, Languza had already picked them up at that time, so the safety of others didn't seem to need him to worry. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Yi already knew that he was back in the villa in Songshan City. Those who were unconscious continued to sleep well, and the rest were in the living room below, huddled together to study something. Jingjing. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. For a moment, Lin Yi wondered if he had returned to the heavenly island. Otherwise, how could he see Han Jingjing? However, except for Han Jingjing, the rest were in the secular world, and this was indeed the villa in Songshan City. Then there was only one possibility: Han Jingjing also came to the secular world. After carefully sensing, Han Jingjing was indeed a Yuan Shen. This made Lin Yi very surprised. How long had he been unconscious? Could it be that it wasn't 10 days, but more than 10 months? Otherwise, how could Han Jingjing appear here as a Yuan Shen? Was she already a nascent soul master? Jiao Lao, how long did I stay in the space of the jade pendant? Lin Yi asked Zhao Yazi. With his strength, it was not easy to project his Yuan Shen and condense it into a Yuan Shen. With Han Jingjing's cultivation, how could it be easier than him? It's been more than 10 years. Elder Jiao said casually. Lin Yi decided to ignore this old guy. It must be because he didn't think of him much when he returned to the secular world, so now it was a blatant revenge. Since Han Jingjing was here, there was nothing strange about these metal pillars beside Lin Yi's bed. It must be something that Han Jingjing made. Perhaps the energy that he felt in the space of the jade pendant that did not belong to the space of the jade pendant was made by these things. If that was the case, did Han Jingjing come to save him? It was because of Han Jingjing's help that he could improve the speed of spiritual sense cultivation. Thinking about the speed of his spirit's training, Lin Yi was a little excited. The art of stealing fortune was indeed very effective in training his spirit. When he woke up, he found that his spirit's strength had reached the late stage of mystic ascension. At the same time, Lin Yi's body on the island also made a light crackling sound. The true qi in his body was surging, his bones and meridian seemed to be undergoing a slight reorganization. He actually broke through again. Tian Chan, who was guarding on the side, was overjoyed, but she didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Lin Yi. She just pulled a rope on the side, and the bell connected to the bottom shook rapidly. After hearing it, Sydney also hurried up. When Sydney and Shanghai Laner rushed up, they just saw Lin Yi's body sit up by itself and return to the previous state of cultivation. Great! Jingjing succeeded, I knew she could do it. Shanghai Laner couldn't help but cheer. Lin Yi had returned to the state of cultivation, so Tian Chan was also relieved and didn't stop Shanghai Laner's cheers. Sydney was also excited. She hugged Tian Chan and said, "Great. Jingjing really succeeded, and she saved Lin Yi so quickly. She's really amazing." Tian Chan was so happy that her pretty face turned red. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes." Fortunately, Jingjing went, otherwise I don't know how long it would take for Lin Yi to return to his original state. Thinking that she should inform the Will of Heaven and Okuda State about this matter, Tian Chan suppressed her excitement. She glanced at Lin Yi and hurried down to inform someone. Not to mention that the people on the island were as happy as if they were celebrating a festival. When Lin Yi found that Han Jingjing had also returned, he didn't have time to experience the feeling of the profound ascension late stage. He got up and went straight downstairs. "Jingjing, how did you come back?" As soon as he went downstairs, Lin Yi asked. The people who were looking around the UFO wreckage suddenly turned around in surprise. "Big brother Lin Yi, you're awake." Han Jingjing was the first to react. She was also a Yuan Shin. Before Lin Yi spoke, she had already sensed something. So as soon as Lin Yi opened his mouth, she had already cheered and rushed over. On the contrary, Languza, a profound ascension late-stage expert, didn't realize that Lin Yi had come downstairs until he heard his voice. Needless to say, no one could find any trace of Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and hugged Han Jingjing, who rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest. He waved to everyone and then asked, "How did you come back?" "The Yuan Shen's condensation is very good." Han Jingjing remembered that there were still a lot of people on the side. She suddenly lowered her head shyly, but she was also reluctant to leave Lin Yi's embrace. She just whispered, "I researched a soft armor that can emit the aura of nascent soul. It deceived the Yuan Shen projection device, so I was able to return to the secular world. Moreover, this soft armor also came back with my Yuan Shen. My Yuan Shen body is also thanks to this soft armor." Lin Yi was greatly surprised. He never doubted that Han Jingjing was a genius, but he still underestimated the degree of Han Jingjing's genius. He was very clear that the Yuan Shen projection device couldn't bring any physical equipment, but Han Jingjing could still bring the soft armor she researched. This could only explain one problem: that is, Han Jingjing's soft armor could already be regarded as Yuanshan equipment. For example, Lin Yi's divine bracelet. He was very sure that even if he didn't use the space of the jade pendant to carry it, he could still bring the divine bracelet back when he went back. Lin Yi, this time, thanks to Jing Jing coming over, you can wake up. Also, if it weren't for Jing Jing, those people from the center would have probably killed us all. Sun Jingyi came up and said with a smile. She was asking for credit for Han Jingjing, but also reminding Lin Yi not to forget the threat from the center. Lin Yi's face turned cold. The center again. Are they not dead yet? It seems that I really have to kill them all. Jing Jing, do you have a video? Lin Yi guessed that the center came to find trouble, so Han Jingjing would probably record the whole process. Sure enough, Han Jingjing immediately nodded and said, yes, big brother Lin Yi, do you want to see it now? Chapter 57-59. Wait a second, Lin Yi bro, I'll get the laptop and play it for you. Han Jingjing didn't wait for Lin Yi's reply and went upstairs. Everyone was watching, and she didn't want to be too intimate with them. Very quickly, Han Jingjing connected the video of the attack to the big TV in the living room. Everyone watched it, and when Lin Yi saw the white super flame, his face turned extremely ugly. This kind of flame was something that even he was afraid of. If Han Jingjing wasn't here to dispel it, everyone in the villa would have been turned into ashes. The people here were the most important to Lin Yi, and the Central's actions were simply urging Lin Yi to kill them as soon as possible. Lin Yi couldn't take it anymore, since the Central was courting death like this. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to go back to Sky Class Island in peace if he didn't get rid of the Central's power in the common world. Xue Jianfeng brought Xiaolong back to the second base just as he was thinking about how to get rid of the central power. The operation this time was a complete failure, and they almost lost the new professor, who had just revived from his inherited memories. In the meeting room, Jiang Wen smiled coldly at Xiaolong. Professor Kong, you're really something. Destroying a flying saucer so easily, you're really something. Xiaolong was a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to say. He understood that Jiang Wen was blaming him for not listening to orders. Meng Yao was in the villa, and Jiang Wen wouldn't allow him to hurt her. Xiaolong being able to inherit the glasses professor's memory was mostly due to Lan Xiaoru's guidance, but Jiang Wen had helped as well. If Jiang Wen had objected, Lan Xiaoru might have given him some face. After all, it was easy to find a scientist's body in the central. Plus, Jiang Wen was the commander of the central base, and Xiaolong acting on his own was already breaking the rules. Lan Xiaoru coughed lightly and tried to smooth things over. This matter is a little strange. Let's put aside the other problems for now and study it together. As he spoke, the screen in the meeting room showed the scene of the flying saucer attacking the villa. First, the super flame fell, and then it was absorbed by the metal rod. The whole process was slowed down 10 times, and because it was shot from the side, it was even clearer than what Xiaolong could see from the flying saucer. After watching the video, Xiaolong's face was already very ugly. When the laser beam was reflected, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Miss Lan, our attack is obviously targeted. This situation is too abnormal. I suspect that there is a traitor in the base. Xiaolong said coldly. The doctor was killed by the traitor, Dofeng Bro. The memory was still fresh, so Xiaolong immediately thought of the traitor. Lan Xiaoru nodded but didn't express any opinion. Instead, she turned to Jiang Wen and asked, Commanderin, what do you think? This second base was built single-handedly by Jiang Wen, and Lan Xiaoru didn't know much about it, so she asked for his opinion. Jiang Wen said solemnly, it's not impossible. That bastard Lin Yi likes to get people to be his spies. So I've been very careful in this area. If even this can let the traitor get our secrets, then this traitor must be very powerful. Lan Xiaoru smiled faintly. On the surface, Jiang Wen said it wasn't impossible, but between the lines, it was completely impossible. Lan Xiaoru didn't say much and looked at the stilled video again. It was the moment when the laser beam was reflected by the U-shaped shield. Whether or not there is a traitor, it's certain that they have a technological expert. Otherwise, even if we gave them the theory, they wouldn't be able to crack it and create a countermeasure in a short time. Lan Xiaoru's right index finger on the table lightly tapped on the metal surface as she analyzed calmly. Xiaolong heard it and slapped his thigh as if he had thought of something. That's right. That must be it. I remember now, Lin Yi does have a technological expert with him. I think she's called Han Jingjing. Back then, it was this little bitch who made some automatic pill refining equipment for Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company to sell. House Kang's business was ruined, and we almost went bankrupt. If Xiaoming didn't enter the Five Elements sect and go to Sky Island, House Kang would have been gone a long time ago. The technological expert in the villa must be this little bitch. Lan Xiaoru raised an eyebrow and tapped hard on the table. Oh. I know this Han Jingjing, but she should be on Sky Island. It would be strange if she came back. Wait here, I'll contact the main body. Yes. Miss Lan, please go ahead. The three didn't have any objections and sent Lan Xiaoru out of the meeting room. After Lan Xiaoru left, the three in the meeting room didn't like each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Jiang Wen originally liked Xiaolong a lot, even taking him in as his follower. But after Xiaolong inherited the glasses professor's memories, his status wasn't any lower than Jiang Wen's. Plus, he wanted to kill Meng Yao as well, and even said that there was a spy in the second base. It would be strange if Jiang Wen still treated Xiaolong nicely. As for Xue Jianfeng, Jiang Wen didn't really care about him, and naturally, he wouldn't care about him now. Xue Jianfeng knew that he didn't care about Jiang Wen either, let alone Xiaolong, who he wanted to kill but had to save. Xiaolong was in high spirits, and he didn't care about the two's feelings. The three just stared at each other. After a while, they remembered that Lan Xiaoru wouldn't be able to contact Sky Island so quickly. The three didn't say a word and left with a humph at the same time. One day later, Jiang Wen and the others returned to the meeting room and waited for Lan Xiaoru. They still had the same attitude as yesterday. When Lan Xiaoru came in and saw the three's strange behavior, she felt a headache coming on. It was a classic case of people losing their morale, and it was hard to lead the team. Chapter 5760. Xiaolong frowned. There was no information on Han Jingjing in the professor's memories, so he probably didn't pay much attention to her. Xiaolong's own memories, on the other hand, gave him a better understanding of Han Jingjing. I seem to remember that spirit projection requires one to be at least nascent soul level, right? Is that little bitch Han Jingjing that strong already? Miss Lan, you said last time that the spies on Sky Class Island all paid attention to the women around Lin Yi, and they shouldn't be that strong. Xiaolong rubbed his forehead. The two memories hadn't completely merged yet, so it was a little confusing when he searched through them. It made him feel quite uncomfortable. Lan Xiaoru glanced at Xiaolong. I've asked around, and the information I got was that Han Jingjing created a soft armor of disguise and used it to fool the soul projection device. That's why she was able to return to the mortal world without any problems and still maintain her soul form. To be honest, I really admire her. We've met our match this time. Xiaolong nodded and chuckled. I've met my match, isn't that a good thing? With Miss Lan here, I don't think that Han Jingjing will be able to make any waves. On the contrary, the things that she has come up with are also very inspiring to us. For example, the camouflage soft armor that can hide from the primordial spirit projection device. Since we know about it, we can always research it. You're quite confident, aren't you? You're a genius with the brains of two professors. Xiaoru smiled faintly, but her expression changed immediately. Not good. I finally understood why Han Jingjing had set up those devices to deal with our attacks. She must have hacked into our system. Xiaolong's face changed as well. The glasses professor and Lan Xiaoru were used to treating the second base as the central holy domain of the seabed. All the systems there were set up by the two of them, and they knew how strong it was against hackers. But this place was built by Jiang Wen, and although it was the center's standard system, it was far from being able to defend against network attacks. Jiang Wen wasn't an idiot. He understood after hearing Xiaoru's words. He was very confident in his men's loyalty, and he didn't think there was a spy. However, he didn't have much confidence in the system's defensive capabilities, because he really didn't know much about it. Lan Xiaoru quickly pulled over the laptop beside her. Her fingers turned into two afterimages as they nimbly danced across the keyboard. Lines of instructions slid down like a screen being refreshed. Those with poor eyesight might not even be able to see the words clearly. Xiaolong didn't idle around either. He grabbed another laptop and entered the defense network. The glasses doctor and Lan Xiaoru worked well together, and Xiaolong had inherited his memories. It was natural for him to do things like this. In less than 3 minutes, Lan Xiaoru's serious expression loosened. She exhaled softly and said, "The interception was successful. The system has indeed been hacked. This Han Jingjing is truly a genius." Xiaolong's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He wasn't as relaxed as Xiaoru, his face full of fear. That was close. Our system was already controlled by this little bitch. Luckily, the self-destruct system in the second base is independent and not connected to the external network. Otherwise, if she self-destructed, we'd all be dead. At the mention of self-destruct, everyone, including Xiaoru and Xue Jianfeng, shuddered involuntarily. They clearly remembered the self-destruct in the center of the sea. Although they didn't experience it themselves, the recording of it was quite shocking. It seems like we don't have much of an advantage in terms of technology this time. We need to get rid of him before he wakes up. Since technology doesn't work, we'll have to resort to brute force. Xiaoru narrowed her eyes as she spoke coldly. She then turned to Xue Jianfeng. What? Xue Jianfeng knew that she wanted him to make a move. In order to get the antidote as soon as possible, he immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Miss Lan, why don't you let me try a sneak attack?" If it was a frontal attack, Xue Jianfeng knew that he couldn't succeed alone, but if it was a sneak attack, he still had some confidence. Especially since the person he wanted to kill was Lin Yi, Xue Jianfeng was full of motivation. "Xue Jianfeng, how confident are you in succeeding?" Xiaoru indeed wanted Xue Jianfeng to make a move, but if the success rate was too low, she wouldn't force Xue Jianfeng to die. It wasn't easy to cultivate a master of the Black Ascension stage like Xue Jianfeng. There were so many resources in the Jianghu, but in the end, only 2 succeeded. In the end, one of them, Chen Dongqing, betrayed them. The remaining Xue Jianfeng couldn't be easily killed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough resources to cultivate the next one. Xue Jianfeng thought about it seriously and said, "If it wasn't for that Languza, the chance of killing Lin Yi is still very high. Not to mention that he's unconscious right now, even if he's awake, as long as I don't fear death and keep using the spirit incinerator, I'll definitely be able to kill him. But with Languza by my side, the chance of success is probably less than 20%. Right, there's also Chen Dongqing. With this despicable traitor, I don't even have a 10% chance of success." Xiaolong seemed to have remembered something and snapped his fingers. He quickly pulled up a blurry video from the computer and said, "This is the image taken by the satellite. It's the image of the sea near the center of the sacred region after it self-destructed. I almost forgot about this. Come and take a look." Xiaoru and Xue Jianfeng temporarily put down their discussion and turned to the big screen. In the azure blue sea, there was a blurry image of a dragon, carrying 4 people on its back, moving quickly. It was the image of Languza going to help Lin Yi and the others. However, Languza was too fast and left the range of the satellite in an instant, leaving only this blurry image. Sea dragon! Shui Jianfeng exclaimed. He knew that Languza was the previous sea dragon, but he didn't expect that Languza had evolved into a sea dragon. This was even more difficult to deal with. Maybe he wouldn't even need Lin Yi and Chen Dongqing to do anything. Languza would kill him directly. Chapter 57-61. Lan Xiaoru didn't pay attention to Shui Jianfeng's shock. Instead, she tapped on the table lightly. This was her habit when she entered her thinking mode. To deal with Lin Yi, Languza was an unavoidable obstacle. After evolving into a sea dragon, Languza was definitely not an opponent that could be ignored. Not to mention, the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Languza and Lin Yi was Shui Jianfeng. On Lin Yi's side, other than Languza, there was also Chen Dongqing who betrayed them. Thinking about Chen Dongqing made Lan Xiaoru's teeth itch. If he didn't betray the center, after injecting the new recovery potion, he and Shui Jianfeng could work together to deal with Lin Yi's group. In the current situation, if they wanted to kill Lin Yi, they had to first get rid of Languza and Chen Dongqing. Normally speaking, this was an impossible task, but after thinking about it for a while, Lan Xiaoru really did come up with an idea. Professor Kong, immediately study Han Jingjing's soft armor with me. We must understand the theory behind it. Lan Xiaoru's fingers paused heavily, her face showing a confident expression as if she had everything under control. Zhao Long, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. He then asked with uncertainty, Miss Lan, studying the soft armor now. What's the use? Was Shui Jianfeng supposed to disguise himself as a master of mountain opening stage or even sea splitting stage to scare Languza and Chen Dongqing? Would they be scared to death by Shui Jianfeng? It didn't seem very reliable, right? Lan Xiaoru curled her lips and smiled mysteriously. Doesn't Han Jingjing like to pretend and deceive people? Let's give her a taste of her own medicine. Studying the theory behind this soft armor isn't to create soft armor, but to create a new device. Zhao Long was indeed the reincarnation of the glasses professor. His rapport with Lan Xiaoru wasn't fake. He immediately understood what was going on. I understand now. Han Jingjing can use this kind of method to fool the spirit projector. If we can master it as well, with a 3D hologram, we can create a virtual image that looks exactly like a real person. These virtual images, as long as they can release the aura of a profound ascension stage, they can definitely distract Languza and Chen Dongqing's attention. Shui Jianfeng will be hidden within them. Whether it's ambushing them or killing Lin Yi, it'll be a piece of cake. Zhao Long got more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes were completely lit up. Jiang Wen and Shui Jianfeng couldn't help but admire this. They couldn't join in the conversation between technical maniacs at all, but knowing that there was a chance to kill Lin Yi was enough to make them happy. Just as Lan Xiaoru predicted, as long as they had a common enemy as their target, the conflict between them would be temporarily put aside. There's no time to lose. Let's start the research immediately and try to complete this device as soon as possible. Lan Xiaoru said as she quickly operated on the computer. She wasn't studying the camouflage device now, but she was re-strengthening the network's defense measures. Otherwise, if Han Jingjing hacked her again, she, Lan Xiaoru, would completely lose her face. Not only was it a matter of face, but the research this time must not be known by Han Jingjing, lest Han Jingjing came up with another countermeasure. Zhao Long didn't talk about this topic with Lan Xiaoru, but he started setting up the firewall as well. The glasses doctor was unparalleled when it came to working with Lan Xiaoru, and it was no wonder that Lan Xiaoru wanted him to inherit her memories as soon as she was reborn. With the two of them working together, it was almost impossible for Han Jingjing to hack into the central system without being discovered. The center was busy setting up the network's defense system. No one thought that Han Jingjing could hack into the central computer. This meant that the second base was completely exposed to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to counterattack, what would happen? Of course, in their hearts, Lin Yi was still unconscious. Even if he found out about this place, he wouldn't have the strength to attack. Plus, Jiang Wen had put a lot of effort into the second base's defense. The weapons were set up to defend against an entire army. In Songshan's villa, Han Jingjing's laptop suddenly made a crisp, ding sound. She glanced at it casually and curled her lips. Finally found my intrusion. Not bad, the interception speed is also quite fast. After a day of training, Lin Yi had stabilized his strength after breaking through. He was planning to go to the center to settle the score when he heard Han Jingjing's words. Jingjing, you can confirm the location of the central base, right? Han Jingjing had used reverse tracking to hack into the central system and broke through the enemy's attack. She had told Lin Yi about this, so he wasn't surprised that the intrusion was stopped. After all, the enemy wasn't weak. It was normal for them to be stopped after discovering it. The main problem was where the central base was. As long as they could confirm it, they would be able to go straight to their base and take them all out. Lin Yi's soul wasn't completely stable after he woke up yesterday, and he needed some time to adjust to his breakthrough. That was why he didn't go straight to them. I know the location, but Big Brother Lin Yi, I think it's meaningless for you to go now. With the cunning of the people in the center, they must have known that their position was exposed after discovering my intrusion. So if you go now, you'll at most find some empty houses in the base. You won't get anything, Han Jingjing said with certainty. Based on her judgment, knowing that their position was exposed, and Lin Yi could attack at any time, the people in the center wouldn't stay in the same place no matter how stupid they were. Unfortunately, Han Jingjing also made the same mistake as Lan Xiaoru and the others in the center. She took it for granted. The people in the center took it for granted that Lin Yi was still unconscious, so they didn't have any scruples. And Han Jingjing also took it for granted that the center knew that Lin Yi had woken up. A awakened and angry Lin Yi, it went without saying how much damage he could cause. Both sides were coincidentally like this. One didn't escape in time, and the other didn't chase in time. They were too smart for their own good. Chapter 57-62. Langusa came over and said, "Boss, since you're awake, why don't I go over and take a look before coming back? If they didn't escape, we can just kill them, what do you think?" When Lin Yi was unconscious, Langusa had been guarding the mansion, not daring to leave. Now that Lin Yi had woken up, and Langusa heard that there was a possibility of a fight, of course he had to come over and decide on a spot. Han Jingjing waved her hand and smiled. "Langusa, stop messing around, they must have escaped. But don't worry, since they want to deal with Lin Yi, Gidge, they will definitely jump out. As long as we guard here, you don't have to worry about no one to beat up. If they come over when you leave, then you'll miss it." Langusa thought about it and agreed. If he missed it because he left, wouldn't it be a pity? It was better to be safe. If he stayed by his boss's side, he wouldn't have to worry about no one beating him up. Sister-in-law Jingjing is right. "Boss, let's wait here for them to come over, see how I'll take care of them." Langusa patted his chest, looking like he was taking care of everything. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Then let's do it this way. We'll just wait for them to come looking for a beating." Han Jingjing quickly operated on the computer, and from time to time, she would communicate with the person in charge of the Songshan City's technology department through her earpiece. She had completely researched the center's UFO, but it was obviously impossible for her to manufacture it by herself. With the manpower and resources of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and the financial resources of Miracle Dr. Guan Medical Group, they could complete the manufacturing of the UFO in the shortest time possible. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau had the opportunity to come into contact with such a high-tech UFO manufacturing technology, so they were secretly happy. Of course, they would put in the most effort to cooperate with Han Jingjing. "Lin Yi, Gidge, you're right. We'll wait for them to come looking for a beating, and by then, our UFO will be almost complete, so they won't be able to escape even if they want to." Han Jingjing had a hint of pride on her face as she took the time to smile at Lin Yi. The UFO that was being manufactured was based on the original technology of the center, and it had been improved to perfection. In terms of performance, it completely surpassed the center's UFO. Moreover, Han Jingjing had also improved the space compression technology of the center. After the new UFO was completed, it could freely change its size. The largest it could be was about the size of this villa, and the smallest was about the size of Han Jingjing's palm. Rather than calling it a high-tech product, it would be more appropriate to call it a legendary artifact. Only a heaven-defying person like Han Jingjing could perfectly fuse the technology of the center and the forging technology of Heaven's Stage Island to such a degree in such a short time. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's good to have you by my side. This time, if those fellows from the Central Command dare to come, I will definitely not let them off." On a screen next to Han Jingjing was the scene of the construction of the UFO. Lin Yi leaned over to take a look. The general framework was almost built, and the new shell alloy was about to be covered. These alloys were improved by Han Jingjing after she decomposed the wreckage of the UFO. The technology used was at least 100 years ahead of the current mainstream technology. It was more advanced than liquid metal, so it could cooperate with space technology to change the size of the UFO. By the way, Jingjing, I happen to have something to ask you. I didn't think of it yesterday. Lin Yi slapped his forehead. When he was in the immemorial small world, he wanted to tell Han Jingjing about the divine sense alchemy fire and the sea beast Niden alchemy. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back to Heaven's Stage Island at that time. Now that he met Han Jingjing, he actually forgot about it. Seeing that Han Jingjing could still talk leisurely, Lin Yi also mentioned it casually. It should not disturb her. Lin Yi took out a sea beast Niden of the gold core stage and handed it to Han Jingjing along with some pill recipes collected in the immemorial small world. In the immemorial small world, they all use divine sense to condense the alchemy fire and use the sea beast Niden as the main material for alchemy. I have tried several times, but there is no way to succeed. Hey, is there such a method? It's quite interesting. Han Jingjing took the sea beast Niden and the pill recipe and looked at it over and over several times, and her eyes lit up. For Han Jingjing, it was obviously a very interesting thing to have a new research idea and direction. Lin Yi could throw these problems to her, which was exactly what she wanted. Big brother Lin Yi, it seems that your automatic alchemy furnace needs to be upgraded to a new version, but this is not urgent. Han Jingjing put the sea beast Niden and the pill recipe into her soft armor, then turned back to fiddle with the laptop and continued to set a series of parameters of the flying saucer. Let Jing Jing make the first generation of flying saucer for big brother Lin Yi first, lest those bad guys in the center escape. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Yi also knew that he couldn't help Han Jingjing in this regard, but it was still necessary to show his concern. Yes, big brother Lin Yi is accompanying Jing Jing by my side, which is already a great help. This can make Jing Jing full of motivation. Han Jingjing turned her head and gave Lin Yi a bright smile. Lin Yi was suddenly happy and touched his nose. It turned out that he also had a halo of motivation, which he had just discovered. This time, Languza tactfully turned his head and pretended not to hear. Boss and sister-in-law are showing off their love as mentioned on the internet. Humans are really complicated. It seems that this dragon still has a lot to learn. Lin Yi and the center coincidentally formed a tacit understanding. Both sides spent 2 peaceful days in research and manufacturing, without any probing or attacks. In these 2 days, Lin Yi didn't waste any time. Other than chatting with everyone often, he put all his effort into refining the last divine sense tumor in his spirit. Using the Heaven's Stolen Fortune battle art and the divine sense fruit to cultivate, although the last divine sense tumor was very stubborn, it was completely refined. When all the divine sense tumors disappeared, Lin Yi's spirit instantly felt a sense of relaxation and joy, as if his whole body was about to ascend to heaven. The powerful divine sense spread out like a tide, and the entire Songshan city appeared in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. At this moment, it was as if he was standing in the air, looking down at the city. No matter which remote corner he was in, he could see everything clearly with just a thought. He could even see how much dust was on a bottle cap that someone had thrown on the ground. Chapter 57-63. Lin Yi's body on the heavenly island also exuded a powerful aura. His true qi was constantly surging and circling, and with a loud bang, he advanced to the peak of the profound ascension late stage. If it wasn't for the strong restriction in the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin Yi's aura would have completely crushed his own Tiandan Pavilion. So powerful. Languza felt Lin Yi's aura, opened his mouth wide and said foolishly, he didn't even notice that the steak that had just been stuffed into his mouth fell out. As a mutated dragon and the strength of the profound ascension late stage, Languza was definitely an abnormal existence that could challenge those of a higher level, but under the pressure of Lin Yi's aura, Languza felt that he was not a dragon at all, but a small worm. Just 2 small levels, there was such a huge feeling of suppression. Languza could only say that the boss was the world's #1 abnormal person. Genius was not enough to describe him. Lin Yi had a faint smile on his face, and enjoyed this mysterious feeling to his heart's content. However, a flying saucer rushed into the range of his divine sense, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to reach the sky above the villa. The clowns of the center, they really sent themselves to the door. Lin Yi opened his eyes and smiled disdainfully. He had just advanced to the peak of the profound ascension late stage, and the center came to seek death. This could be considered as double happiness, right? Lin Yi retracted all of his divine sense, and Languza immediately noticed the arrival of the flying saucer. He immediately stuffed another 2 steaks into his mouth, and said vaguely, "Boss, they really came, look at how Languza, will deal with them." Chen Dongqing, you are not allowed to make a move. Chen Dongqing raised his hands with a bitter smile, indicating that he would absolutely not intervene. Although he had pledged his allegiance to Lin Yi, because he had Languza's genes in his body, he really didn't dare to offend Languza, lest Languza drag him to learn from each other. Languza didn't wait for Lin Yi to answer, and directly rushed out of the villa, stamped his feet on the ground, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball, quickly approaching the flying saucer in the air. In the flying saucer, Xue Jianfang pressed a button hard, and muttered, "Kong Xiaolong, you bastard, please don't trick me. If this thing you installed doesn't work, this young master will definitely settle the score with you later." Before he finished speaking, the flying saucer shook slightly, and circles of faint white ripples lit up around it. Languza had already jumped into the air, and just as he was about to punch the flying saucer, he suddenly found that hundreds of masked practitioners in black appeared around the flying saucer, each of them emitting the powerful aura of the early stage of profound ascension. At the same time, they pulled out the long blades on their backs, and launched a fierce slash at Languza. Languza was shocked, and couldn't help but cry out, F***CK. Where did so many masters come from? Do they want to divide this handsome guy into pieces? Sure enough, being handsome really attracts jealousy and hate. If it was 1 or 2 early-stage profound ascension practitioners, Languza could easily crush them, but it was a completely different concept when there were hundreds of them. Quantitative change can cause qualitative change, and even someone as strong as him couldn't help but feel afraid when facing so many sharp blades at the same time. Languza shouted randomly, but he was secretly shocked. The fist that was originally going to attack the flying saucer suddenly changed direction, and landed on the body of the masked man in black closest to him. This punch, Languza didn't use all of his strength, and he began to use his strength before the punch came into contact. The violent force of the punch produced a reverse force in the air, causing his body that was rising to directly stop, and then he began to fall rapidly. Jumping up to deal with a flying saucer wasn't a problem, but to deal with so many early-stage profound ascension practitioners, Languza, who couldn't turn in the air, didn't think that he would come out unscathed, so he immediately returned to the ground. Only by doing this, would he have enough space to move. "Boss, a large wave of zombies is attacking, hurry up and level up the pea shooter." Before Languza landed, he remembered a little game that he had just fallen in love with in the air, and suddenly cried out strangely. Lin Yi immediately laughed. Languza could still talk nonsense so leisurely, which meant that he wasn't under too much pressure, so there was no need to worry too much. In reality, Languza really felt that it was a little strange. Although the 180 masked men in black following closely behind him were full of vigor and murderous intent, he did not feel any sense of danger. Could it be that his sea dragon's strong physical body was enough to block their attacks? Chen Dongqing's face was very ugly, and he quickly got into position to face the enemy. Although he had promised Languza that he wouldn't make a move, now that he sensed so many powerful presences that were not weaker than him coming, if he didn't make a move, Lin Yi would probably suspect that he was a double agent. In the flying saucer, Xue Jianfeng's face was full of joy, and he laughed loudly, as expected of the device that Miss Lan personally designed and made. It was so easy to fool that simple-minded sea beast Languza, and even the traitor Chen Dongqing fell for it. When he said this, Xue Jianfeng's communication device was turned on, and Lan Xiaoru, who was in the base, heard everything clearly. Her face naturally showed a trace of a satisfied expression, but it wasn't clear if she was satisfied with the effect of the device, or the fact that Xue Jianfeng accidentally said the truth. Xue Jianfeng's success was all Lan Xiaoru's, and the responsibility of failure was all Xiaolong's. Xue Jianfeng smiled sinisterly, then picked up the spirit incinerator, opened the door of the flying saucer without hesitation, and jumped down lightly. Xue Jianfeng, who left the flying saucer, was dressed in black, and his face was also covered. He was exactly the same as the masked men before him, the only difference being the weapon in his hand. In the courtyard at the bottom of the mansion, there were 3 masked men in black who had dropped down. They attacked Languza and Chen Dongqing like ghosts. Behind them, there were even more masked men in black who had dropped down soundlessly in every corner of the mansion. As long as they weren't facing too many masked men at the same time, Languza didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness. His strong body twisted agilely, and he dodged 2 slashes from the sword. He then split his fists and punched at 2 masked men at the same time. As for the third one, Chen Dongqing was already 1 step ahead of him. "Tisk, meddlesome guy." Languza snorted, and didn't pay attention to Chen Dongqing's act of going back on his words. There were so many masked men in black, and it wasn't a bad thing to have 1 or 2 of them snatched away. The 2 swift and fierce punches avoided any possible parries and successfully arrived in front of the masked man in black. Languza had already turned his gaze to the sky and the roof. He was thinking about where he should take care of the enemy first. Chapter 57-64. Boom! Languza's chest was stuffy, and he almost fell down. It was like running up the stairs with all his strength but stepping on air. The attack that he expected to be a sure hit completely fell into the air. The 2 black-clothed masked men didn't know what kind of movement technique they used. They actually escaped from the place in an instant, and then appeared in the blind spots on both sides of Languza's body in the next second. At the same time, they stabbed the long blades in their hands. Languza was taken aback again. He no longer dared to have the slightest contempt. He tried his best to avoid the 2 long blades. At the same time, he shouted, "Boss, these black-clothed men are very strange. You must be careful." Lin Yi didn't wait for Languza to finish his warning. He had already rushed out of the villa. The whirlpool of divine sense swept around the villa like a gust of wind, but did not attack any physical enemies. Phantom. Lin Yi was slightly startled. In his divine sense, all the black-clothed men were very real, but the whirlpool of divine sense was also not fake. After a sweep, none of the black-clothed men were real. As for the little trick of suddenly disappearing and changing to another side, it had no effect on Lin Yi's divine sense whirlpool at all. Because Lin Yi had more than 1 divine sense whirlpool. Under the sweep back and forth, there was absolutely no possibility for a physical entity to avoid it. Just when Lin Yi was stunned for a short time, a blazing white flame sprayed in front of him. In an instant, it was about to wrap around Lin Yi's divine sense body. Once hit, even if Lin Yi was at the peak of the late stage of profound ascension, it was very likely that he would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. Even if he could dodge, he absolutely could not dodge. Because the villa was behind him. There were so many people in the villa, and they were all the people he cared about the most. He must not let this super flame hurt them. It was a pity that Han Jingjing's super flame transformation device was installed on the roof. It could not neutralize attacks from the side. If Han Jingjing had known earlier, she would have installed a few more. Now was not the time to regret. Lin Yi, even at the risk of getting injured, had to deal with this super flame first. He raised his hands, and the two newly condensed super pill fire bombs in his palms met the super flame. Relying on the control of his divine sense, the two bombs were detonated in a direction where no one was around. If the super flames shot out by the primordial spirit incinerator could touch Lin Yi's body, the power would naturally not need to be mentioned. However, it usually did not have a strong impact. After being hit by two mini super pill fire bombs, it immediately dissipated into the air. Lin Yi relaxed. Fortunately, the super flame did not fall. Otherwise, he would not be able to find a better way to protect the villa in such a hurry. Xue Jianfeng had already flown to the side. He didn't mind that his first super flame didn't succeed. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't too far away from him, he didn't hesitate to launch his second attack at Lin Yi. Xue Jianfeng. With a sweep of Lin Yi's divine sense, he had already found and recognized Xue Jianfeng among those phantoms. The black mask was completely useless. The second super flame was shot out from the other side. Even if Lin Yi dodged it, it would not fall on his villa. However, its final destination should be the villa's neighbors. Lin Yi couldn't just watch this kind of tragedy that injured the innocent. Once again, he used the mini super pill fire bomb to detonate the super flame first. At the same time, the soul-reaping hand fell directly on Xue Jianfeng's head. As long as he could reap Xue Jianfeng's primordial spirit, Lin Yi believed that the central attack would almost be over. Then, it would be time for him to counterattack. Lin Yi, have you exhausted your limited abilities? You only know these two moves. Xue Jianfeng laughed wildly and said. An invisible light film lit up on his body, completely blocking the soul-reaping hand outside the light film. Lin Yi frowned slightly and said faintly, you actually have a tool to defend against divine sense attacks. I've underestimated you. Since that's the case, I'll just beat you up. It doesn't matter to me. Lin Yi didn't find it strange that Xue Jianfeng had a tool similar to the divine commanding bracelet. What was strange was that this tool could actually withstand a blow from his mysterious ascension late stage without collapsing. It seemed that it was not inferior to the divine commanding bracelet. Alright, let this young master have a look. Xue Jianfeng laughed and agreed. He didn't take Lin Yi's words to heart at all. The primordial spirit incinerator in his hand continued to fire blazing white terrifying flames without stopping. Lin Yi didn't speak anymore. While dealing with the super flames, he approached Xue Jianfeng with lightning speed. He casually struck Xue Jianfeng's body with a frenzy 8 trigram palm. Xue Jianfeng avoided the fatal spot, but was sent flying by the palm. Lin Yi could clearly see the serious wounds on his body. But when he landed on the ground, the wounds had already recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking closely, the remaining small half had already disappeared. Xue Jianfeng's heart calmed down. His biggest reliance was this immortal body. After testing it and confirming that it was effective, his fear towards Lin Yi dropped to the lowest point. He laughed and rushed forward again with the primordial spirit incinerator. Just like what Xue Jianfeng said to Lan Xiaoru, as long as he wasn't afraid of death and withstood Lin Yi's attack, there would be a moment when he would be hit. Since he knew he couldn't die, what was there to be afraid of? He could just kill Lin Yi directly. Lin Yi sneered. Seeing Xue Jianfeng's healing ability, he could roughly guess why the Sacred Alliance wanted the formula for the gold sore medicine. But just based on this, Xue Jianfeng dared to rush forward and fight Lin Yi in close combat. Xue Jianfeng was really stupid and bold. Lin Yi, who hadn't used the super butterfly micro steps for a long time, turned into a shadow and instantly appeared beside Xue Jianfeng. With a simple stretch of his hand, the primordial spirit incinerator fell into Lin Yi's hand. This toy is so. You can give it to Jingjing to kill sometime when you're bored. I won't hold back then. Lin Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he spoke to Xue Jianfeng indifferently. Xue Jianfeng was startled. They agreed that he wouldn't be afraid of death and would use the primordial spirit incinerator to counterattack. Now that the primordial spirit incinerator was snatched away by Lin Yi, the only thing left was to be unafraid of death. But it didn't seem to be of much use now, right? Haha, I'm here to give you this toy to play with. Since you've already received it, I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Xue Jianfeng laughed dryly and turned to escape. Without a weapon, he was actually still afraid of death. Chapter 57-65. Forest of Woods, 1000 Transformations. This was a move that Lin Yi had learned a long time ago. After arriving at Heaven Island, it was basically useless. Even if he used it, it would have been modified. Now that he was using the original version, its power was naturally incomparable to the previous version. In just an instant, several hundred doppelgangers of Lin Yi appeared around the villa, launching attacks on all the black-clothed masked men, including Xue Jianfeng. Although he knew that 99% of them were illusions, the aura of these black-clothed masked men was too realistic. Lin Yi didn't dare to be careless. If one of them really sneaked into the villa, then it would be very troublesome. With Lin Yi's strength, one doppelganger was enough to deal with one black-clothed masked man. The several hundred additional doppelgangers surrounded Xue Jianfeng and beat him up. Even if the power of this martial skill was very small, it would still be very painful to hit the body with such a concentrated attack. Xue Jianfeng immediately burst into tears. Who the hell said that an immortal body was very awesome? Was it fun to be beaten into a pig's head and then recover to become a pig's head again? Sure enough, there was only a fine line between being awesome and being an idiot. Lin Yi was also a little curious about Xue Jianfeng's rapid recovery ability. Therefore, he used the Forest of Woods, 1000 Transformations, which wasn't very powerful, to test it out. He wanted to see what the limit of Xue Jianfeng's endurance was. As for the matter of killing him, he wasn't in a hurry. Xue Jianfeng knew that he couldn't escape, so he simply wanted to counterattack and fight Lin Yi head-on. However, that raindrop-like fists and kicks instantly dissipated the thought of counterattack. At this time, Xue Jianfeng's body was constantly flying around in the air like a billiard ball, bouncing here and there. He couldn't even land his feet on the ground, let alone counterattack Lin Yi. The camouflage device on the flying saucer had already lost its effect. The other doppelgangers of Lin Yi had completely shattered those illusions. They didn't continue to surround Xue Jianfeng and directly dissipated. Boss, this move of yours is really cool. It's very suitable for handsome guys like us. So, boss, you must teach me how to use it later. Languza shouted as he waved his hands around. Sure enough, the moves of the most handsome on Earth's boss are beautiful. The second most handsome on Earth's boss, Zhao Long, shouldn't be any inferior. As for whether this kind of low-power martial technique was useless or not, Languza did not consider it at all. As long as he could act cool, what did he care about the power? If you want to learn it, watch carefully. It's not like it's a difficult martial skill. Lin Yi smiled faintly. With Languza's strength and eyesight, he would be able to grasp such a low-grade martial technique after seeing it a few times. If he liked it, then let him learn it well. Stop. I admit defeat. I surrender. Xue Jianfang took advantage of the time when Lin Yi slowed down his attack speed to let Languza learn and hastily called out with great effort. Now, Xue Jianfang felt that this damned immortal body was specially developed to be a human punching bag. Is the bespectacled doctor not sent by Lin Yi to be a spy in the center? No matter how I look at it, it seems like they colluded to trick me. Dafeng killing the bespectacled doctor was just a ruse, right? While Xue Jianfang's imagination was running wild, Lin Yi's martial technique's duration was also up. Xue Jianfang, whose face was bruised and swollen like a broken ball, fell to the ground with a thud. He laid on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily. Languza looked like he wanted to continue. He waved his hand and shouted, "Boss, do it again, do it again. I haven't seen it clearly yet." Hearing this demonic voice, Xue Jianfang couldn't help but shiver. His body's injuries were rapidly recovering, but the shadow in his heart was multiplying in size. Don't do it. Senior Lin, Uncle Lin, I've already surrendered. You can't mistreat a captive. Xue Jianfang pleaded loudly while cursing Lin Yi in his heart. This young master's strength is a little weak now. When I level up, I'll definitely kick you around like a ball, and I'll kick you around for an entire day. Lin Yi looked at Xue Jianfang with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "When did I agree to accept your surrender? So, you're not my captive. You're F** king trying to kill this young master." "No, it's seeking death but not being able to." Xue Jianfang wanted to cry but had no tears. He continued to lie on the ground and play dead. He said pitifully, "Senior Lin, as a senior, is there any meaning in bickering with a junior like me? Moreover, you've beaten me up for so long. You've already vented your anger. Why don't you treat me as that and let me go?" "It's not that I can't let you go, but I want to do a few more experiments on you first." Lin Yi smiled faintly and said as he slowly walked in front of Xue Jianfang. Xue Jianfang's heart was in a dilemma. He estimated the possibility of injuring Lin Yi and escaping if he suddenly launched an attack. The conclusion he came up with was that there was a 99% chance of this happening. However, he wouldn't succeed in escaping and would continue to be beaten up a few hundred times. Since he would be stabbed if he stretched out his head and would be stabbed if he withdrew his head, then what was the point of stretching out his head? Xue Jianfang thought furiously. Then, he squeezed out a fake smile and said, "Senior Lin, please do as you please. Just tell me how you need me to cooperate. As long as you're satisfied, you can let me go." "Boss, this fellow is really shameless. Can I beat him up?" "I promise I won't beat him to death." Languza came over and asked eagerly. He had wanted to beat Xue Jianfang up for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he miss it? If Lin Yi agreed, it would be even more perfect if he could get rid of Xue Jianfang. Lin Yi stood in front of Xue Jianfang and thought for a while before saying, "All right, then Languza, you do it. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him however you want." The Wood Forest 1000 transformations just now was enough to deal with ordinary Profound Ascension primary stage cultivators. However, Xue Jianfang's unlimited healing ability was too powerful. Lin Yi wasn't able to test his limits. Now that he let Languza make a move, he could have a better observation. Languza was overjoyed when he received Lin Yi's nod, cackling as he charged at Xue Jianfang on the ground. He hadn't even reached Xue Jianfang yet, but his fist was already hurtling towards Xue Jianfang with a whistling sound. Xue Jianfang sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Languza's fist wasn't aimed at his vitals. It seemed that Lin Yi was telling the truth when he said he wouldn't kill him. Since that was the case, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Surviving was the best news. "Don't hit my face." Xue Jianfang raised his hands to protect his head and heart. He cried out in resignation. Then, he began to curse Lin Yi and Languza in his heart. Chapter 57-66. Indeed, it was better to be safe than sorry. Without this move, Xue Jianfeng was sure that his days as a human punching bag had just begun. Now, he only needed to hold on for about a minute and he would be able to escape. Ah! Xue Jianfeng cooperated and screamed loudly. Of course, it was really painful. Every time Languza's fist fell, it would take away a piece of flesh from Xue Jianfeng's body. The scene of blood splattering was not suitable for children in movies. However, Xue Jianfeng felt more and more relaxed. Anyway, these injuries would heal very quickly. As long as his head and heart were not blown up, his limbs could be reattached. It was not a big deal. Originally, Languza was worried that he would kill Xue Jianfeng in one go, so he carefully restrained his strength. However, he slowly realized that this guy was really a very qualified punching bag. Ever since he came to the secular world, he had never felt so comfortable beating someone. Therefore, the power on Languza's fist slowly began to be released. As long as he avoided Xue Jianfeng's fatal points, there would be no problem if he did not kill him in one go. Languza, enough. Lin Yi raised his hand and grabbed Xue Jianfeng in front of him. He had basically understood what was going on. Next, he should try to break this fast healing ability. Otherwise, if he encountered a large group of people like this in the future, it would be too passive. Languza said unsatisfied, "Boss, it's rare to see such a punching bag. Why don't you let me hit you for a while longer?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will have a chance." Lin Yi would not let go of the central base, so this time, Languza really did not have to worry about not having a chance to make a move. Xue Jianfeng calculated in his heart that he still had about 30 seconds left. Languza had only used 30 seconds to cause him to be riddled with holes. Luckily, his recovery was relatively quick. However, this kind of recovery was not without a price. He could already clearly feel that the vital energy in his body was almost completely depleted. "Senior Lin, are you satisfied now? Are you going to let me go?" Xue Jianfeng continued to use his fake smiling face to numb Lin Yi. The closer it was to the time, the more he didn't dare to be careless, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Lin Yi grabbed onto Xue Jianfeng's arm and felt the emptiness of Xue Jianfeng's Shin-Qi. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Your treatment still requires Shin-Qi as an energy supply. Otherwise, you won't be able to sustain such consumption. Indeed, energy is conserved. What is lost is lost. There is no possibility of it being created out of thin air. In that case, this so-called immortality wasn't actually that scary. As long as Xue Jianfeng's vital energy was quickly consumed, he wouldn't be able to continue healing himself in the end." Understanding this point, Lin Yi immediately felt a lot more at ease. Even if the center could mass-produce such combat personnel, as long as the people on his side had enough strength to protect themselves, then it would not be a problem for them to exhaust the opponent's essential qi. However, doing this was still a little too passive. Lin Yi casually sent a stream of 5 elements killing qi into Xue Jianfeng's body. He wanted to see how destructive the 5 elements killing qi was. Unexpectedly, Xue Jianfeng's remaining vital energy was completely suppressed by the 5 elements killing qi. Those injuries that hadn't completely healed stopped healing themselves. As for Xue Jianfeng, whose body was being ravaged by the 5 elements killing qi, he directly laid on the ground and twitched non-stop. His aura was also rapidly weakening. "Boss, this guy can't be having an epileptic fit, right? Why is he foaming at the mouth like a crab?" Languza used the tip of his foot to poke Xue Jianfeng's body. He didn't see that Lin Yi's 5 elements killing qi had entered Xue Jianfeng's body. He was still muttering in his heart, "Did I go too far just now? Please don't die just like this. If boss restricted him from fighting in the future because of this, it would be bad." Lin Yi smiled faintly. He also didn't expect the 5 elements killing Qi to have such a strong restriction on Shui Jianfang's self-healing ability. In the future, even if the center could produce a guy with the same strength as him, there was nothing to worry about. High up in the sky, the UFO's timer finally hit 0. A ray of light instantly fell and enveloped Shui Jianfang. It quickly pulled him up. That speed even caught Lin Yi unprepared. Seeing that Shui Jianfang was pulled back to the UFO by that ray of light, Languza immediately said anxiously, "This kid wants to run." "Boss, I'll go get that UFO." Lin Yi quickly stretched out his hand and stopped Languza. "Wait, let him run." "Let him run again." "Boss, are you pitying him because you beat him too badly just now?" Languza asked with some doubt. Previously in Europe, Lin Yi had let Shui Jianfang off. Why would he let Shui Jianfang off this time? Boss's heart was too kind. Seeing Languza's unwilling expression, Lin Yi was instantly delighted. He smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, we only need him to lead the way now. Let's go take a look at the second base in the center." Before he finished speaking, the UFO created by Han Jingjing and the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had already become bigger. After activating the invisibility device, it floated above the villa. Other than the opening of the hatch below, which revealed the interior space, the rest of the space was empty. Nothing could be seen. Lin Yi turned around and instructed Dongqing, "I'll leave this place to you. As long as Shui Jianfang doesn't come, no one should be able to threaten you. Grand Master, rest assured. There will definitely be no problem leaving this place to me." Dongqing quickly bowed and agreed. It was rare for Lin Yi to have a use for him. This made him quite happy. Although it was just a task to watch over the villa, it was enough to make him happy. Languza urged on the side, "Boss, let's go. Otherwise, that guy will disappear without a trace." Lin Yi smiled slightly and entered the UFO's opened hatch first. Languza also jumped in. Han Jingjing was already waiting inside. When she saw Lin Yi come in, she smiled and said, "Brother Lin Yi, I'll go with you. Jingjing is very interested in the technology of the center base." "Then let's go. Don't let Shui Jianfang's UFO really run away." Lin Yi did not object. With him protecting her, Han Jingjing would definitely not be in any danger. Moreover, there was also Languza following. "Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. He can't run away." Han Jingjing smiled sweetly and controlled the UFO to chase after him like lightning. Chapter 57-67. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to replicate another UFO, even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have enough spiritual jades to power it. Fortunately, Han Jingjing gave them a purely technological design of the UFO, which could be replaced with nuclear power. In terms of the technological system, Han Jingjing referred to the data obtained from the center's computer and improved it. After becoming invisible, Shui Jianfang's UFO couldn't detect that someone was following them. If Shui Jianfang was still in his normal state, he might be more careful, but he was being tortured by Lin Yi's murderous aura. Before it was resolved, he couldn't divert his attention to control the UFO. Being able to fly back was completely the system's preset escape plan. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's UFO was already close to Shui Jianfang's UFO, and then they saw the entrance of the chemical plant. "So it's hidden here. I didn't expect it to be in the outskirts of Songshan City. The center is using the principle of hiding under the light. They're really cunning." Lin Yi really didn't expect the center's second base to be so close to his villa. Even when he was advancing, he could have found this base if he extended his divine sense a little more. Lin Yi, Gidge, these guys from the center are really cunning. I hacked into their system before, but I couldn't determine the exact location, so it's really close. Han Jingjing said with some surprise. From this point of view, Han Jingjing even felt that her previous hacking into the network was a failure. Even if she obtained all the information, she couldn't determine the location. It seemed like the other party didn't leave any information about this. They were indeed the masters of cunning. Languza rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Boss, sister-in-law Jingjing, there seems to be a lot of people here. Let me go down first to open a path for you too." Before he finished speaking, the base's alarm system started ringing crazily. Although Han Jingjing's UFO was invisible, when it followed the UFO in front of it to land, it was detected by the alarm system. Intruders. They followed Xue Jianfeng's UFO in. Lan Xiaoru's expression suddenly changed. At this time, the first thing she thought of was the scene when the center's sacred realm was breached by Lin Yi. "Languza, go. Do your best to destroy the facilities in this base." Lin Yi waved his hand casually and ordered Languza calmly. "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me." Languza laughed and immediately jumped out of the cabin door. Since he had been discovered, then he would attack openly. Anyway, Lin Yi's goal was to find this place. Now that his goal had been achieved, it didn't matter anymore. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly escaped from the flying saucer that had landed first. Although he was unable to resolve the 5 elemental killing intent that was wreaking havoc in his body, his physical strength and true energy had recovered a little during this period of time on the flying saucer. Therefore, he had activated his self-healing ability, allowing him to regain his mobility. Seeing Languza descending from the sky, Xue Jianfeng didn't say a word and turned around to run back into the base. He was already traumatized from the beating he received earlier, and his true energy had just recovered a little. He didn't dare face Languza at all. Jiang Wen was also shocked when he heard the alarm. This base was his blood, sweat, and tears for many years. How was it possible that someone had entered? Most of the most advanced defense systems and weapons were installed outside. In other words, after Lin Yi's flying saucer entered, most of the base's defenses became mere decorations. The base has entered special combat mode. All personnel, get into combat positions. We must eliminate the intruders. Jiang Wen didn't care about the stunned Lan Xiaoru. He pounced on the control panel and yelled at the communicator, activating the base's defense system. Languza hadn't even landed on the ground, and his eyes were already on the escaping Xue Jianfeng. His boss said that the guy was there to lead the way, and since he was already here, there was no use for him anymore. Killing him should be fine, right? As he thought to himself, Languza had already let out a loud roar. His fists released powerful vital energy, and he struck the walls of the base with a loud bang. Before he caught up to Xue Jianfeng, he would first follow his boss' instructions and destroy some of the central facilities. But these walls were all made of alloy, and it wasn't something that could be destroyed with just 2 punches. Languza could only leave 2 deep marks and a violent tremor at most. The tremor hadn't even subsided when round muzzles appeared on the alloy walls. Tongues of flame that were almost a meter long shot out, forming a metal storm on the landing platform. Languza jumped in fright. He quickly curled up his body to protect his vitals, and charged into the door that Xue Jianfeng escaped from. Even so, his body was hit by 200 to 300 bullets in an instant. Fortunately, these high-rate machine gun bullets didn't pose much of a threat to Languza's body. It did hurt a little, but it only left white spots on his body. Unfortunately, the clothes on Languza's body had already become a real tattered outfit. There were burnt black holes everywhere. This made Languza, who liked handsome clothes and styling, unable to tolerate it. "Who did this? Get the hell out here. I promise I won't beat you to death." Languza roared angrily and unleashed all of his abilities. He began to destroy everything in sight with a crackling sound. As for Lin Yi and Han Jingjing, Languza wasn't worried at all. These bullets were enough to hurt normal people, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Yi and Han Jingjing at all. Their Yuan Shen was completely immune to physical bullets. Han Jingjing put the flying saucer in her palm and put it into her armor. She smiled at Lin Yi bro, the command center is welcoming us with firecrackers. They're quite enthusiastic, but it's a little too noisy. I think it's a little noisy too. Let's calm them down a little. Lin Yi smiled faintly. A couple of lightning bolts struck the alloy wall, burning all the wires. All the machine guns stopped firing immediately. Languza, who was in front, was still yelling furiously. Ruining his image was simply an irreconcilable feud. The hundreds of biohumans that Jiang Wen sent out weren't even comparable to ants in front of Languza. The weak biohumans were swept away with a single sweep, and they couldn't even stop Languza's footsteps. Chapter 57-68. Jiang Wen's face was pale as he looked at the monitor. In fact, wherever Lin Yi and the others walked past, the monitors all turned black, and nothing could be seen. But the entire base was rumbling, and he didn't need to look to know that it was going to be forcefully demolished. Thinking about how much time and effort it took to build this second base, Jiang Wen wanted to vomit blood. This damned Lin Yi, he really was his nemesis. When Lin Yi wasn't around, everything went smoothly for him. Now that he met his nemesis, he'd lose everything he'd earned. Lan Xiaoru was helpless as well. She'd done so much, and she really thought that she'd be able to take out Lin Yi's primordial spirit this time. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would come knocking on their door again? It had only been a few days. Was the self-destruction scene going to happen again? Miss Lan, let's retreat. It'll be too late otherwise. Xiaolong said, panicking. He'd inherited the glasses professor's memories, yes, but his fear of Lin Yi wasn't any less than Shui Jianfeng's, especially after House Kang's defeat at the hands of Lin Yi. It'd be weird if he wasn't scared now, especially after what happened. Lan Xiaoru smiled bitterly. Leave. Go where? If we lose this second base, do we still have a base to stay in? The center's main focus was on Sky-class Island, and there weren't many resources in the common world. Plus, the ancient Jianghu's operation had failed, and they'd lost a lot of resources. Losing 2 bases in a row was something even Lan Xiaoru couldn't accept. The third base did have plans, but it was still in the construction phase and couldn't be used. As for the other bases under the center's control, they couldn't satisfy Lan Xiaoru's research needs. Jiang Wen and Xiaolong fell silent. If they could take out Lin Yi, self-destructing a base was nothing, but if the explosion from the center didn't manage to stop Lin Yi, this second base wouldn't have any effect. Most importantly, although the center was powerful, it had always been hidden in the dark. Otherwise, it would be boycotted by the scientific institutions of various countries, and that would be a tough time. Lin Yi, stop first. Let's talk. Lan Xiaoru sighed softly. She could only shout to Lin Yi through the base's broadcast system. Miss Lan, what are you going to do? Lin Yi is such a dangerous guy. How can you meet and negotiate with him? We should hurry up and leave. Where there's life, there's hope. Xiaolong panicked. He didn't want to see Lin Yi at all. Who could stop him if he wanted to kill him? Lan Xiaoru ignored Xiaolong and repeated her words. She was just a clone, after all, and it didn't matter if she died. As long as she had the genetic data, she could be reborn at any time. Lin Yi looked up at a surveillance camera above his head. This time, he did not continue to destroy it. Instead, he smiled at the camera and said, Miss Lan. We meet again so soon. Last time, you self-destructed so miserably. Are you going to self-destruct again this time? With the center's technology, Lin Yi believed that Lan Xiaoru could hear what he said, so he didn't bother to use telepathy or anything like that. Lan Xiaoru laughed and said, Lin Yi, you're not afraid of me, are you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be afraid to come and negotiate with me. How about it? Tell your little brother Flood Dragon to stop first. If this place collapses, we'll all die together. Lin Yi shrugged, looking nonchalant. It didn't matter how big the impact was, it had nothing to do with him. Plus, this was the center of the city, and there weren't any civilians living nearby. Blowing this place up wouldn't cause any casualties. As for Lan Xiaoru saying that Lin Yi didn't dare to negotiate with her, he didn't take it to heart. He came all the way here to catch them. Now that his divine sense had locked down the entire area, even if Lan Xiaoru wanted to run, she wouldn't be able to escape from his lockdown. Languza, just destroy most of this place, don't make it collapse. Lin Yi shouted deliberately. Languza also responded loudly from afar. Lan Xiaoru's expression was getting uglier and uglier, but there was nothing she could do. Now that all the combat power in this base had been brought out, not to mention Lin Yi, even if it was just Languza himself, there was no way he could be stopped. This time, it was the center that provoked them first, and Lin Yi seized the opportunity to beat them up on the ground. It couldn't be helped. They asked for it, who else could they blame? Lin Yi's divine sense found that Lan Xiaoru, Xiaolong, and Zheng Wen had no intention of running. It seemed that they really wanted to negotiate, so he didn't delay and continued on the shortest route, walking slowly. The wall of the control room was made by Lin Yi with a wave of his hand. It was just enough for two people to walk side by side. With this newly opened door, he and Han Jingjing walked in hand. Lan Xiaoru, Zhang Wen, and Zhao Long were already standing in front of this wall. Obviously, they knew that Lin Yi would come through here, so their expressions were very calm. Zhang Wen, why is it you again? Didn't I warn you last time that I'll kill you if you come out and cause trouble again? It seems like you didn't take it to heart at all. Lin Yi knew that Zhang Wen was here, but he acted like he just found out and said coldly. Zhang Wen's heart skipped a beat. His fear of Lin Yi was also bone deep. When he heard Lin Yi mention what he said on the phone last time, he immediately shook his head and said, "It's none of my business. I'm just following orders. Plus, I've never been to that house of yours even once. If you want to find trouble, go find Shui Jianfeng, don't come looking for me." At this critical moment, Zhang Wen didn't hesitate to use Shui Jianfeng as a shield. After all, he didn't like this arrogant guy for a long time. If it wasn't for him bringing Lin Yi back, this base wouldn't have become like this. Lin Yi smiled coldly, "You're already standing here, and you're still saying it's none of your business. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I'll deal with you later." Zhang Wen was dumbfounded. Was Lin Yi targeting him? But there was another big boss here. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. Either side wouldn't let him go. Chapter 57-69. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Just say what you want to say. Whether I underestimated you or not, I know better than you. Lin Yi, can your little brother Zhao Long stop now? Isn't it good to be quiet when we're negotiating?" Lan Xiaoru suddenly smiled very gently, which made Lin Yi, who had seen how crazy she self-destructed, very uncomfortable. Feeling that the facilities of the entire base were almost destroyed by Languza, Lin Yi didn't waste any time and called him back. Languza, who was wearing a tattered outfit, obviously hadn't vented enough. Seeing the 3 core figures in the center, he stared at them with an extremely unfriendly expression. Lan Xiaoru nodded nonchalantly and said, "It's much quieter now. Mr. Lin, please come and sit down." Pointing to the sofa in the control room, Lan Xiaoru walked over and sat down first, finally recovering her previous domineering style. Zhang Wen and Kong Xiaolong were qualified to sit with Lan Xiaoru, but these two guys always felt a wave of fear when facing Lin Yi. Especially in this situation, if they could escape, they definitely didn't want to appear in front of Lin Yi, so they simply stood behind the sofa, hoping that Lin Yi wouldn't notice them. Lan Xiaoru was also helpless towards these two guys' behavior. With this kind of cowardly behavior, how could she count on them to deal with Lin Yi in the future? But now was not the time to care about them, she would deal with them when she had time in the future. Lin Yi took Han Jingjing's hand and sat down with a golden saber. He said calmly, "Now you can speak, do you want to apologize to me or what?" Lan Xiaoru combed the hair on her forehead and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Admit my mistake and apologize. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? I admit that I can't kill you, but this doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. You know that I'm immortal, so are these people of yours in the secular world?" Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. Lan Xiaoru was clearly using the people in the villa to threaten him, but he couldn't refute her. This second base was indeed more than half destroyed, but Lan Xiaoru was right. Even if Lin Yi killed her here again, she would still be alive and kicking after a few days, and it was impossible for Lin Yi to stay in the secular world and not return to Heaven Stage Island. Lan Xiaoru was determined to target the people in the villa, so there was nothing Lin Yi could do. Even if he left Languze and Qindongxing to protect them, they would still be caught off guard. "Miss Blue, are you threatening me?" Lin Yi said with a cold smile. Even if he was really threatened, he would not show the slightest difference. Instead, he would be more domineering. "If it's a threat, you can give it a try. Let's see if the center will still appear in this world." Lan Xiaoru was silent for a moment, then she smiled and said, "I'm just letting you know this fact." "Why are you so agitated?" Lin Yi didn't want to continue this topic, so he said, "I have always maintained a delicate balance with your center. This time, you uncharacteristically want to put me to death. Is it your personal intention, or the center's intention? Do you want to start an all-out war with me?" Lan Xiaoru was startled. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Yi to say it so straightforwardly. She immediately shook her head and said, "You're wrong. Your spirit will be destroyed, but your physical body won't die because your spirit came here through projection. So, if I kill your spirit body here, there won't be any problem with your physical body on Heaven Stage Island. In this way, you'll still be alive. It won't be considered breaking the rules, and your elders won't be desperate enough to risk their lives. You're the desperate one who wants to risk your life, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble." Lin Yi snorted coldly. He finally understood the center's wishful thinking. It was rare that Lan Xiaoru didn't hide it, and she had some attitude of negotiating openly. As long as his physical body wasn't destroyed, even if he lost his spirit, Lin Yi's elders still felt that there was a chance to save him, so Lan Xiaoru thought that this was an excellent opportunity. And if Lin Yi died, no one in the secular world, Heaven Stage Island, or even the small ancient underworld could restrain him. Then, the center's days would definitely be much better, and its development would be much smoother. This was Lan Xiaoru's real purpose. Lin Yi knew that it was meaningless to talk about this anymore. He immediately crossed his legs and put on a high posture of a winner. "Okay, there's no need to talk about these things anymore. Just tell me how you're going to compensate me for my loss." Lan Xiaoru's pretty face darkened slightly. "What loss do you have?" "It's our center that lost, okay. 2 entire bases were destroyed, and we even lost 2 of our most capable people. Can't you have some shame?" "Lin Yi, Mr. Lin. I hope you understand that I'm not begging for your forgiveness, but a fair negotiation with you. I can guarantee that I won't take the initiative to attack you and the people around you in the future. This matter will end here. What do you think?" Lan Xiaoru also knew that Lin Yi wouldn't give up without some benefits, but of course, she couldn't reveal her bottom line in a negotiation, so she threw out such an argument to see Lin Yi's reaction first. Lin Yi sneered and said, "Do you think I will believe your words just based on your insincere performance? Instead of that, why should I waste time negotiating with you? In short, show me your sincerity, or it will end here." Lan Xiaoru smiled calmly and said, "What sincerity do you want me to show? It's true that I was the one who provoked you 2 times, but it's also my side that suffered the greatest loss. The 2 bases are almost all the trump cards in my hand. You know the situation better than me now. Even if I want to deal with you again, I can't. What are you still worried about? Lin Yi didn't say anything, just looked at Lan Xiaoru coldly. It was useless to say this kind of nonsense. If this woman only wanted to pretend to be polite and deceive him, he would have to consider whether he should cut off all means of retreat, kill them regardless of the loss, and then wipe out the remaining forces of the center all over the world. As for those people in the villa, they definitely couldn't stay in the secular world anymore. Kang Xiaobo, Lai Changyi, and the others must give up everything and all move into the immemorial underworld. With Lin Yi's prestige and power in the immemorial underworld, he should be able to ensure their safety. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yi would never do this. Chapter 5770. Previously, she said that she wouldn't take the initiative to attack Lin Yi and the people around him in the future, and there was no time limit. Not to mention Lin Yi, even she didn't believe it herself. The 1-year limit made her words more convincing. After all, the Central Command Center had indeed suffered a great loss this time, and even a year of recuperation might not be enough to recover. Lin Yi was also very helpless. If he could uproot the Central Command Center this time, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all, but these guys couldn't be killed completely. If the secular world wasn't stable, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease even if he returned to Heaven Island. Being able to hurt the Central Command Center today and make them promise not to deal with Lin Yi's people for a period of time was an acceptable result. Time. Not only did the Central Command need it, but he also needed it very much. While Lin Yi was still thinking, Lan Xiaoru spoke again. Mr. Lin, when you return to Heaven Island, you might run into me. I know you have a lot of businesses and close friends on Heaven Island. If we can't coexist peacefully, it's best if you can appear in multiple places at the same time like me. You also know that there are all kinds of natural disasters in the world now. You probably can't save everyone in every place by yourself, right? I said, don't threaten me, it's useless against me. Lin Yi said calmly, but his heart tightened. Lan Xiaoru had the cloning technology to create a clone, but he only had one. If the Central Command Center's Chamber of Commerce on Heaven Island suddenly launched an operation against him, the damage would definitely be devastating. If it wasn't for the fear of the elders behind Lin Yi, the strength of the Central Command Center was indeed not something that Lin Yi could fight alone. Lan Xiaoru smiled indifferently. Mr. Lin, it's good that you don't threaten me. How would I dare to threaten you? As I said before, this is just a statement of fact. After a slight pause, Lan Xiaoru softened her tone and said, in any case, we lost this time. The information you copied from Base 2's system can be considered as compensation. I won't ask for it back. Ha! How generous! Using something that already belongs to us as compensation, how sincere. Lin Yi looked at Lan Xiaoru mockingly and said without any trace of politeness, since you know that you lost this time and took the initiative to surrender, do you believe that I won't blow this place up if you don't take out some practical benefits? Although most of Base 2's facilities had been destroyed, the overall structure was still intact. In terms of losses, it was at most 30% to 40%. If Lin Yi really wanted to blow this place up, then Central Command would really suffer a huge loss. Lan Xiaoru was silent for a moment before she asked, what do you want? These are the only things here. Is there anything else that catches your eye? Lin Yi also scratched his head. Yes, this place was already like this. Was there anything valuable left? He had only said it casually. He felt that it would be a loss if he did not ask for some benefits. However, he did not know what conditions he should ask for. The most important thing for Central Command was, of course, technology. However, all the information of Base 2 had been copied by Han Jingjing. It was meaningless for Lin Yi to ask Central Command to compensate tens of billions of yuan. Han Jingjing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Big Brother Lin Yi, I saw a record in their information. It said that Central Command found a wormhole tunnel that connects to Heavenly Island. After using technology to improve it, things can be transmitted between each other. However, there is no detailed information here. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. That's right, that's it. Back then, he had won the right to transmit a letter at the auction and received a reply from the secular world. The Central Chamber of Commerce on Heavenly Island also continuously sold technological products from the secular world. All of this was probably because of this wormhole tunnel. What could be more precious than this? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little excited. He immediately said, "This shouldn't be fake, right?" Lan Xiaoru admitted generously, "That's right. There are so many things from the secular world on Heavenly Island. I think you guys have already guessed it. However, it is impossible for you guys to take over this wormhole tunnel." Han Jingjing smiled and said, "I know you guys won't let us monopolize this wormhole tunnel, but opening this location and letting us participate in the research of the wormhole shouldn't be a problem, right? You have to know that I can return to Heavenly Island at any time and project back to the secular world at any time. Since I know the existence of this wormhole, do you think I can find its location?" Lan Xiaoru was slightly startled. Only then did she realize that her threat just now was a little ridiculous. Not to mention that Central Command still had scruples and did not dare to launch a full-scale attack on the people around Lin Yi. Even if they had no scruples, with a genius like Han Jingjing around, they might not be able to gain the overall upper hand. Especially with their method of sending their primordial spirits back and forth, it seemed to be more convenient than her contacting Heavenly Island. If they really wanted to launch a full-scale attack, they would be completely suppressed by Han Jingjing in terms of timing. To be honest, the research on the wormhole tunnel was still in its early stages. If they could let Han Jingjing participate in the research, the progress would be much faster. This wasn't a bad thing for Central Command. I understand, but I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to discuss it with the main body of Heavenly Island first. If it's possible, then we'll come to a temporary ceasefire for a year. What do you think? Lan Xiaoru only hesitated for a moment before giving her reply. Although she didn't agree on the spot, Lin Yi thought that this was already half a success. Alright, if that's the case, we'll go back first today. Let us know when you have news. Lin Yi stood up and prepared to leave with Han Jingjing and Languza. Seeing Jiang Wen and Xiaolong cowering behind the sofa, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks and warned, "Jiang Wen, remember my words. Behave, or you won't be so lucky next time. And Xiaolong, don't learn from your idiot brother. You won't die if you don't look for trouble, understand?" If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't uproot Central Command at the moment and could only choose to stop for a year, Lin Yi wouldn't let these guys go today. Even Xue Jianfeng, who was hiding in a room in the corner of the base, wouldn't let these guys go. But overall, Lin Yi didn't lose out in these two battles. Instead, he gained quite a lot of benefits. It didn't matter if he let them go. Chapter 57-71. Before leaving, Lin Yi secretly left a divine sense mark on Lan Xiaoru and the others. As long as they were still in the secular world, he would be able to know their location at any time. This way, even if he let them go today, it would be very easy to find them in the future. It was a pity that he forgot to leave a divine sense mark on Xue Jianfeng. However, this guy was no longer a concern. Lin Yi was too lazy to find him again. He would deal with it next time. After leaving the control room, Lin Yi directly broke a big hole in the top floor and jumped up with the two of them. In mid-air, Han Jingjing released the UFO that had shrunk. After the three of them entered, they disappeared in a flash. Back at the villa, the news of the center admitting defeat was announced. Everyone was naturally very happy. Although they did not completely eliminate the center, such a victory was necessary to have a simple celebration. Big Brother Dafeng brought Chen Dongqing to Lin Yi and bowed respectfully. Boss Lin Yi, you are still the best. You took care of 2 of the center's bases at once. This time, they should really know their place. Come, sit down and talk. Lin Yi asked the 2 of them to sit down. It just so happened that he was also thinking about how to arrange things for these 2 people. Thank you, boss, Marshal Uncle. Both of them replied respectfully and sat down beside Lin Yi. Chen Dongqing was very excited now. When he heard the news of the center admitting defeat, he felt that he was really wise. Being able to join Lin Yi's sect was much better than being a lab rat in the center. Xue Jianfeng, that idiot, could not understand why he was beaten like a dead dog. Was it fun? In the past, he felt that the center was very powerful, but now Chen Dongqing felt that Lin Yi was even more powerful. He could beat the center to the ground. It was simply too powerful. Lin Yi looked at the 2 of them and asked faintly, Dongqing, what plans do you 2 have for the future? Both of them were startled. When they remembered that Lin Yi could not always keep them by his side, they were suddenly at a loss. Big Brother Feng was already used to being an undercover in the center. Now that he was suddenly cleared, he really did not think about where he could go and what he could do. Chen Dongqing was almost the same. He could go back to the Green Clouds sect in the North Island, but there was Yu Yi in the Green Clouds sect in the North Island. Even if he went back, he would not have much room for development. Especially when he thought that if he went back and faced Yu Yi's pretentious face all day, how bad would his mood be? Boss Lin Yi, I originally planned to stay by your side and serve you, but I heard that you can't bring anyone with you when you go back to Sky State Island, so I don't know what to do. Dafeng Bro thought for a long time and could only smile bitterly. His roots were all in the center. Now that he had betrayed the center, everything in the past had nothing to do with him. When he thought about it carefully, he felt a little disappointed. Lin Yi nodded and did not say anything. He did not know how to arrange for Big Brother Feng at the moment. If it did not work out, he would let Kong Xiaobo take Big Brother Feng into the business world first. If there was a chance in the future, he would take him to Heaven Island. Chen Dongqing glanced at Lin Yi and said carefully, Marshal Uncle, I don't want to go back to the ancient underworld. Xue Jianfeng is still in the center. If Marshal Uncle goes back to Heaven Island, there must be someone who can fight against him in the secular world, lest he sneak attacks us. In fact, Chen Dongqing felt that staying in the secular world was more carefree, but in order to be able to perform in front of Lin Yi, he deliberately brought up Xue Jianfeng. You are considerate. Lin Yi smiled faintly. If he were to return to Sky Class Island, the common world would indeed need someone who could stay behind to hold the fort. He had originally wanted Languza to stay behind, but it was good that Chen Dongqing had suggested it himself. However, Languza's strength could suppress Xue Jianfeng, but Chen Dongqing might not be able to. If Chen Dongqing was the only one left, Lin Yi had to find a way to improve Chen Dongqing's strength. As for whether Languza would go to Heaven Island, it would be decided when the time came. Since you want to stay and help me protect the people here, I will not treat you badly. In addition to the martial arts techniques of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect, I will also give you a detailed explanation of the Snow Sword sect's martial arts techniques. When you fight against Xue Jianfeng, you will not be at a disadvantage. In addition to the martial arts techniques, Lin Yi also wanted to see if Han Jingjing could update the automatic alchemy device. If he could use the sea beast's inner core to refine pills, Chen Dongqing's strength could be improved a lot. As long as Han Jingjing could let Lin Yi's alchemy furnace refine the sea beast's inner core, the profound ascending stage sea beast's inner core and his jade pendant space might be refined into a spirit cultivating pill, which could be used to improve Chen Dongqing's strength. After returning to Heaven Island, he would let Languza hunt some profound ascending stage sea beasts in the sea, then he would not have to worry about the main material of the spirit cultivating pill. Thank you, Grand Master. Chen Dongqing did not know that Lin Yi still wanted to refine the spirit-cultivating pill for him. Just agreeing to let him stay in the secular world made him very happy. Moreover, with the weaknesses of the snow sword sect's martial arts techniques, after targeted practice, Xue Jianfeng would not be afraid, especially when Lin Yi also gave him the follow-up martial arts techniques of the North Island's Blue Cloud sect. After thoroughly understanding them, his strength would definitely be able to improve to another level. Train well, I won't mistreat you. Lin Yi nodded faintly, then turned to Defeng Bro and said, Defeng, I haven't thought about your arrangements yet, so let's wait and see. If you have any ideas, you can tell me anytime, I will definitely arrange it for you. I understand, thank you boss. Defeng Bro quickly smiled and thanked him, then pulled Chen Dongqing up and left. There were too many people who wanted to talk to Lin Yi. It was already good enough that the two of them could talk to each other for a while. They couldn't always occupy Lin Yi's place and annoy people. As expected, as soon as Defeng Bro and Chen Dongqing left, Yu Bing and Yu Dake walked over, ready to talk to Lin Yi. One day later, Lan Xiaoru took the initiative to contact Lin Yi, saying that Heaven Island had already agreed to share the location of the wormhole with them, and that they could also cooperate with Han Jingjing to research and develop the wormhole. As for the specifics, Lin Yi and the others had to go over and discuss it again. Chapter 57-72. This guy still remembered the holes in his clothes, but he didn't think about the fact that he almost demolished the second base. Lan Xiaoru, Jiang Wen, and the others didn't even have a place to cry. Chen Dongqing also wanted to go. He wanted Xue Jianfeng to see that after he left the center, his life was much better than Xue Jianfeng's. Lin Yi waved his hand. We're not going to fight today. You guys don't have to follow. I'll go with Jing Jing. Speaking of this, Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something and turned to Defeng Bro. Defeng, come with me. You might be able to help. Defeng Bro was startled and quickly stepped forward. Okay, boss. As for Lin Yi saying that he could help, Defeng Bro couldn't think of anything. Could it be that he wanted to use his undercover identity to anger Lan Xiaoru and the others? Bringing Chen Dongqing seemed to have the same effect, right? Although he was confused, Defeng Bro didn't ask much. Anyway, he just followed Lin Yi's orders. When he was in the center's holy, he had already sworn in his heart that he would sacrifice his life for his boss. The three of them got on the flying saucer and arrived above the second base in the blink of an eye. Languza only destroyed the internal equipment. From the outside, there didn't seem to be much damage. Other than the huge skylight that Lin Yi opened when he left, it basically maintained the appearance of the chemical factory. Lin Yi's divine sense swept the entire base first. Lan Xiaoru and the others were among them. Even Xue Jianfeng was on the side. The base's defense system was basically paralyzed, and there were no other ambushes. It seemed that the people in the center really didn't have any thoughts of playing tricks. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Yi took Han Jingjing and Defeng Bro and jumped down from the skylight he opened. They went directly to the place where they met last time. This time, it was still Lan Xiaoru sitting on the sofa alone, with Jiang Wen, Zhao Long, and Xue Jianfeng standing behind her. Seeing Lin Yi walk in, all three of them, other than Lan Xiaoru, had unnatural expressions on their faces. Lan Xiaoru did not stand up to welcome Lin Yi, and Lin Yi did not intend to waste time greeting her. When passing by Xue Jianfeng, Lin Yi also made a spiritual sense mark on him, then he pulled Han Jingjing to sit down. After signaling Brother Defeng to sit down together, Lin Yi said straightforwardly, Miss Lan, we can start talking now. Lan Xiaoru was still a little confused about Big Brother Feng's arrival. She didn't know why Lin Yi brought him here, but she wouldn't care about a traitor. She glanced at him and ignored him. Picking up the two documents on the table, she pushed them to Lin Yi and said, This is the agreement. It is agreed that the war will be armistice for a year, and the wormhole tunnel will be open for your research. If there are no problems, sign it. Lin Yi picked it up with a smile, flipped it twice, and said, Do you think this is business? Why sign an agreement? I don't think this kind of thing will have any binding force on you. Similarly, this thing would not have any binding force on Lin Yi. It was definitely not a piece of paper that could make both sides have a temporary truce. It was the comparison of the strength of both sides and their respective scruples. A year of armistice was the time that the center of the secular world calculated that they could recover. It was also the buffer period that Lin Yi estimated that he could improve his strength and find a way to deal with the center. Both sides had this intention, so they reached this kind of armistice agreement. Lin Yi had no doubt that during this year, if there were any changes in the center, such as a significant increase in strength or any favorable progress in the confrontation with Lin Yi's elders, this agreement would immediately be torn to shreds and thrown into the garbage basket. Lan Xiaoru snorted and said, "We pay the most attention to the spirit of the contract, so it's normal to sign an agreement. Are you going to tear it up before reaching an agreement?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. This woman wasn't just a lunatic, she was a shameless lunatic as well. Everything she said had to be taken the other way around. However, Lin Yi had no doubts about this one-year armistice agreement. As long as the center's strength did not suddenly skyrocket, they should maintain this agreement. Even if it was not for a year, it should be at least 10 months. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since you like to sign an agreement, then sign it. Lin Yi flipped through it again, but he was not very clear about the content of this agreement, so he handed it to Han Jingjing. When Han Jingjing appeared as Lu Jinghan, she was the helmsman of the Lu group, an absolute business goddess. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a waste of talent to let her read this kind of agreement. To be honest, Lin Yi admired Han Jingjing very much. Whether it was in business, scientific research, or cultivation, she could become one of the top people. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a genius was hard to come by in 1,000 years. After Han Jingjing took the document, she casually flipped through it. Her movements were similar to Lin Yi's just now. She only glanced at each page. In just 10 seconds, the document was flipped by her. People who were not familiar with her would think that she was just flipping through it randomly. Only those who had dealt with Lu Jinghan would understand that she would still not miss a word in this situation. There is nothing in general, but there is one thing here. Can you trouble Miss Lan to explain it to us? Han Jingjing turned the document upside down, turned it to the middle, and pointed to a small line in it. Lin Yi also glanced at it, but he did not find anything wrong. However, since Han Jingjing specifically pointed it out, it was obvious that there was a problem in it. Lan Xiaoru's face was calm. She faintly looked at the place where Han Jingjing's finger pointed and nodded. "I'm sorry. My men probably made a mistake. I will make a new copy for you." She had a notebook next to her. She picked it up and tapped a few times on the keyboard. The printer in the corner began to print out the agreement. Lin Yi secretly sneered. It was all ready. If Han Jingjing did not find the problem, it would be fine. If she found it, she could reprint it immediately. The most rare thing was that Lan Xiaoru actually acted as if nothing had happened. Her skin was really thick. However, Lin Yi did not care much about this agreement, so he was too lazy to ask Han Jingjing what problem she found. As long as it was corrected, it was fine. Chapter 57-73. Han Jingjing looked through it again and didn't find any hidden problems. She also knew that Lin Yi didn't mind, but since they were going to sign, they couldn't leave anything behind. "No problem, but these are the terms you proposed. We haven't even said anything yet." Han Jingjing had completely entered Lu Jing'an's mode. She put down the agreement calmly and got into a negotiating stance. Lan Xiaoru nodded nonchalantly. "You can say it." "Go ahead." Han Jingjing turned to look at Lin Yi. She said this only to set up a stage for Lin Yi. In the end, it was still Lin Yi who decided what to say. Lin Yi had already thought about it before coming, so he said confidently, "I only have one request. Other than developing the wormhole tunnel together, I want to send a spokesperson here. Let's make him the director of your center. You guys know this person, it's Doffing. Doffing Bro was slightly startled when his name was called, but he couldn't go against Lin Yi's decision, so he immediately accepted Lin Yi's appointment without any problems. As for whether there would be any difficulties or dangers, he completely ignored it. Jiang Wen, who was standing behind, couldn't help but ask, Lin Yi, I'm the chief commander of the center. What do you mean by making me a director? Director means to keep an eye on you guys, especially since you're the commander-in-chief. I need to know if you're going to jump out and cause trouble again. What, you got a problem with that? Lin Yi said as he looked at Jiang Wen coldly, his tone unquestionable. I don't have a problem with that. Jiang Wen was extremely aggrieved, but he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Lin Yi. He knew that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, and Lin Yi had a deep impression of it. After all, Lin Yi had always comforted himself like this. Lan Xiaoru was also a little speechless. Lin Yi used the pretense of a joint research and truce to openly put the undercover Doffing Bro back. This was indeed a genius idea. No problem. If you want a spokesperson director, then it's fine. But aren't you afraid that I might kill him at any time? Lan Xiaoru readily agreed. It was not a problem for her to let in a spy who was in the open. Perhaps she could make use of him in the future. On the other hand, Big Brother Feng was quite daring. After betraying the center, he still dared to come back in such a high-profile manner. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Lin Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. You can kill me if you want. However, even if I return to Heavenly Island, I can still return to the secular world at any time. Other people's primordial spirit projection is limited, but I don't. As you can see, my primordial spirit has been projecting for so long without any problems, so there won't be any problems if I repeat it. Han Jingjing looked at Lan Xiaoru with a smile. Her meaning was clear. She could also project her primordial spirit down at any time, and with her here, it would be much easier for the people on Heavenly Island to project their primordial spirit down. If Lan Xiaoru dared to touch Doffing Bro, she would have to be prepared for revenge. Doffing Bro naturally supported Lin Yi. He immediately stood up and laughed. I, Doffing Bro, am not someone who is afraid of death. If you dare to touch me, you will die at most. But I believe that boss will come back to uphold justice for me. Don't worry, boss. With me here, these guys definitely won't be able to play any tricks. What's there to be proud of for a traitor? Jiang Wen couldn't help but look down on Doffing Bro. He didn't dare to go crazy on Lin Yi directly, so he could only vent his anger on Doffing Bro. Unfortunately, Doffing Bro was a foundational practitioner, after all. He heard every single word and glared at Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen, what are you talking about? Are you looking for trouble? I've always been boss Lin Yi's subordinate. Saying I'm a traitor is a joke. Come over here, I'm not a joking director. Jiang Wen shivered and quickly smiled. No, Director Doffing, you heard wrongly. I didn't say anything. Even if Lin Yi left the mortal world, Jiang Wen wouldn't dare offend Doffing Bro. He knew that he was just a small shrimp in Lin Yi's eyes. It didn't matter how much trouble he caused, but if he touched Lin Yi's bottom line, he would definitely be killed mercilessly by Lin Yi. Most importantly, he was the commander of the center, and if Lin Yi were to kill him, no one would think about avenging him. He hadn't even started his rebirth plan yet, and if he were to die now, he'd be dead for good. He had to endure when he had to. Doffing Bro felt relaxed. It wasn't bad to be able to return to the center. With his boss supporting him, not only would the people in the center not dare to kill him, they would also protect him. I'm talking about you, Shuejian. Our boss and sis-in-law have been here for so long, and they don't even have a cup of tea. Is that right? I'm not a director who doesn't care about anything. Even if it's a small matter like this, I can't be careless, understand? Hurry up and make some tea. Doffing Bro pointed at Xue Jianfang and yelled. Even if he was a fox pretending to be a tiger, he had to show his authority first. You. Xue Jianfang was furious, but when he saw Lin Yi looking at him with a smile that didn't look like a smile, he immediately swallowed the second half of the sentence, seeking death. It couldn't be helped. Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous aura was still in his body. It was too painful for it to flare up from time to time. Even when Langusa punched him like a dead dog, it wasn't as terrifying as Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous aura. He didn't know when it would completely dissipate. What you? Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, just say it. Your bro Feng is listening. Doffing Bro glared at Xue Jianfang fiercely. Which foundation establishment stage cultivator dared to yell at a profound ascending stage cultivator like him? And that profound ascending stage cultivator could only hold it in and not speak. Xue Jianfang almost had an internal injury from holding it in. It was fine if he was bullied in the center, but even a traitor in the center dared to give him a hard time. What profound ascending stage? What immortal body? It's all bullshit. Chapter 57-74. Xue Jianfang didn't dare to respond to Lin Yi's glare. He snorted and turned his head away, pretending that he didn't hear Doffing Bro's words. However, he swore to himself that when his strength increased, it didn't matter if it was the people from the center or Lin Yi's people, they would all die. Jiang Wen and Xiaolong's faces were very ugly. Doffing Bro's behavior was completely disregarding them. It was simply intolerable. For a moment, these guys actually felt a sense of solidarity against a common enemy. This effect was also what Lan Xiaoru was happy to see, so she didn't have the slightest intention of interfering with Doffing Bro's actions. This wasn't just because she was afraid of Lin Yi. The 3 generals under her had been giving her a headache for a long time. If she could use Doffing Bro's hand to bring them together, it would definitely be a very big harvest. The proposals of both sides were approved, and the 2 agreements were signed smoothly. Han Jingjing received the wormhole information from the center, and after preliminary verification, it should be true. This time, the negotiations were basically completed successfully. Boss Lin Yi, don't worry. With me, Doffing Bro, watching over the center, I won't let these guys cause trouble for you. Doffing Bro patted his chest with a ruddy face and promised. After Lin Yi and Han Jingjing went back, he would directly stay here and start his work as the director of the center. Although these guys don't dare to touch you, you have to be careful. I don't want to hear any news of you getting hurt. Lin Yi warned, but he was still more assured about Doffing Bro's safety. Thank you, boss. I understand. I was still hesitating about what I could do before, but boss actually sent me back to the center. This is indeed the most suitable place for me, and I don't need to completely give up my years of operation. Take care, boss. Doffing Bro bowed respectfully. He was really happy. Lin Yi also thought for a long time before coming up with this arrangement. Take care. Goodbye. Lin Yi brought Han Jingjing onto the flying saucer. With a wave of his hand, the flying saucer flew towards the direction of the villa. After returning to the villa, Han Jingjing immediately started researching the information on the wormhole. These things had to be understood as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they returned to Heaven Island and discovered the problem, it would take too long for them to settle accounts. Lin Yi also wanted to take the opportunity to test the upgraded automatic alchemy furnace. If he could refine pills with sea beast inner cores, he could refine some foundation establishment pills and gold core golden pills for the people in the secular world. After telling them not to disturb him, Lin Yi returned to his room, took out the Shanong cauldron, and turned on the automatic alchemy device. Han Jingjing's familiar smiling face popped up on the touch screen, and the text below was updated. Jingjing has built an intelligent alchemy system for Lin Yi Gij. After entering the system interface, there was an additional option, Spiritual Alchemy Fire Alchemy. Lin Yi was a little excited when he saw it. It was similar to the first time he was refining pills. Thinking about how he tried so many times in the ancient underworld, he couldn't refine a furnace of pills with sea beast inner cores. Now he finally succeeded. It was really not easy. After choosing Spiritual Alchemy Fire Alchemy, a few small options appeared. They were similar to the previous ones: refining known pills, analysis of unknown pills, and so on. Lin Yi had given Han Jingjing several pill recipes before, and she had already entered them, so she could directly choose the known pills to refine. Lin Yi still kept a lot of the sea beast inner cores he obtained in the ancient underworld. Now, he chose a foundation establishment pill from these pill recipes. Please wait, Jingjing is generating the refining script for the foundation establishment pill for Brother Lin Yi. After Jingjing's calculation, putting in 3 sets of materials at a time will get the greatest benefits. However, the sea beast inner cores should be of the same attribute, and the difference in level cannot be too big, otherwise, it will affect the effect. Lin Yi quickly selected 3 sea beast inner cores of the same attribute and the same level. He did not doubt Han Jingjing's reminder. If he put in 3 sea beast inner cores that did not meet the requirements, it was not impossible for him to fail directly. Except for the sea beast inner cores, the rest of the materials were very ordinary. Lin Yi's stock of elixirs was quite large, so he did not have to worry about this aspect. After putting the 3 sets of materials into the Shenong cauldron, he pressed the OK button. The words "analyzing" appeared on the screen, and soon the results jumped out. The refining script for the foundation establishment pill has been generated. According to the weight of the materials, there are 3 sets of high-quality materials. The refining time is estimated to be 1 hour and 25 minutes. It is estimated that 5 elixirs can be obtained. Please prepare the alchemy fire and continue to input. In terms of time, it was faster than using the true Qi alchemy fire and elixirs to refine the foundation establishment pill. For this, Lin Yi was quite satisfied. In less than 1.5 hours, he could refine 5 foundation establishment pills. This speed was absolutely against the natural order. After condensing the alchemy fire, Lin Yi began to stare at the screen of the tablet attentively. Because his spiritual sense was quite powerful, the alchemy curve on the tablet was quite smooth, with almost no extra twists and turns. Finally, after 1 hour and 21 minutes, the refining of the foundation establishment pill was completed. Without opening the lid of the cauldron, there was already a faint pill fragrance wafting out. This alchemy has ended. There are 5 pills, 2 of high quality and 3 of medium quality. The script has been found to have a slight adjustment. It will be automatically adjusted in the next alchemy. Lin Yi was slightly startled, then immediately smiled and said, "Jing is really amazing." The automatic alchemy equipment nowadays is becoming more and more intelligent. The quality of the 5 foundation establishment pills could only be said to be average, so Lin Yi did not care. After putting them away, he put 3 sets of materials into the furnace and prepared to refine them a second time. Since the first time was not perfect, of course, he had to refine a few more times. When the script was perfect, he could refine other elixirs. In any case, Lin Yi did not have anything else, but he had the materials. The quality of the second foundation establishment pill was much better, and the time was reduced by about 3 minutes. However, there was still room for improvement, so Lin Yi did not stop and continued refining for the 3rd time. Finally, while reducing the time by another 2 minutes, he refined 5 top-grade, special-grade elixirs. Chapter 5775. Please wait a moment, Jing is generating the refining script for Brother Lin Yi's Jindan. After Jing's calculation, putting in 5 sets of materials at a time will get the greatest benefit, but it is best for the sea beast's Niden to be of 5 elements, so that after forming a cycle of 5 elements, the effect will be increased by 20%. If there are no 5 elements, you can only use the sea beast's Niden of a single element. Of course, the level of the sea beast's Niden can't be too different, otherwise, it will affect the effect. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. It was the first time he heard that alchemy would have a cycle of 5 elements. Han Jingjing was too heaven-defying. She could even take such a factor into account. In fact, whether it was the Heaven Stage Island or the ancient small world, alchemists refined alchemy one set of materials at a time. No one put several materials into alchemy like Lin Yi. Even if there was such a method of 5 elements, no one could use it, so it was normal that he had never heard of it. In any case, this was a more powerful alchemy method. Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He immediately selected the 5 gold core stage sea beasts Niden and put them into the Shinong cauldron together with the auxiliary elixirs. To be honest, the other attributes of the sea beasts Niden were easy to get, but the fire attribute sea beasts Niden, Lin Yi really didn't have many. A fire attribute sea beasts Niden, it could be imagined how difficult it would be in the sea, so the 5 elements of the same gold core stage sea beasts Niden could be collected at most, which was the amount that could be refined 3 times. The Jindan alchemy script has been generated. According to the analysis of the material weight, there are 5 sets of alchemy materials of high quality. It is estimated that the alchemy time is 2 hours and 36 minutes. It is estimated that 7 elixirs can be obtained. Please prepare the spiritual awareness alchemy fire and maintain a continuous input state. The time it took to concoct the golden elixir was more than an hour longer than the foundation elixir, almost double the time. Of course, the amount of materials he put in was also double the amount, so he didn't find it strange at all. He focused on condensing his consciousness into the refinement fire. Fortunately, Lin Yi's spiritual sense was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, with such continuous alchemy, an ordinary alchemist would have already fainted. It could be said that he did not have any talent in alchemy, but in this aspect, he was blessed by heaven. 2.5 hours later, the refining of the first Jindan was completed. The number reported by the automatic alchemy system was 8 pills, 6 of which were special grade and 2 of which were superior grade. Not only was it one more than expected, but the quality was also excellent. Sure enough, refining with the 5 elements was different. Unfortunately, there were too few fire-attributed sea beasts. These 15 fire-attributed inner cores had been carefully found by Lin Yi. Fortunately, the inner cores of sea beasts of a single attribute could also be used. Although the medicinal effects would be slightly inferior, it was not a big problem. The Yuanying stage golden pill was not needed for the time being, so Lin Yi did not waste time to refine it. Before leaving, he still had to prepare some practical medicinal pills. As for the inner cores of the sea beasts of the profound ascending stage, because Lin Yi only had one, and there was no Xian Yangdan in the small Jianghu, although he wanted to refine the Xian Yangdan to improve Qingdongqing's strength, he could only give up. There were too few sea beasts of the profound ascending stage in the small Jianghu. If he wanted to get the inner cores of the sea beasts of the profound ascending stage, he still needed to return to the heavenly island and think of a way. At that time, even if there was no Xian Yangdan, with Han Jingjing's automatic alchemy system to deduce and analyze, he would definitely be able to refine it in the end. Lin Yi continuously refined for a day and a night. The medicinal pills were almost enough for the people in the secular world. He did not continue to refine. After all, spiritual awareness was different from true qi. Without the continuous support of the space in the jade pendant, he still needed to rest. The matter in the center was temporarily resolved. Lin Yi also had to return to the heavenly island. This time, he had stayed back for too long. To be honest, he was not at ease at the heavenly island. Fortunately, everything was fine so far. Opening the door, Lin Yi saw Languza sitting on the ground in front of his door. There were a lot of meat on the side. It seemed that he was guarding Lin Yi, which made him a little surprised. This time, he used the spiritual awareness pill fire. So Lin Yi did not release his spiritual awareness. He really did not know that Languza would be guarding here. Languza, what are you doing here? It was not easy to make Languza, who had always paid attention to his handsome image, sit on the ground like this. Of course, Lin Yi was just wondering why he did not get a chair to sit on. When Languza heard the sound of the door opening, he immediately swallowed the food in his mouth and then quickly stood up and said, "Boss, you came out. I was afraid that they would disturb you for no reason, so I helped you guard here." In fact, Lin Yi had already informed them in advance. Before he came out, unless there was a big matter, no one would disturb him. But this was also Languza's intention. He probably knew that Lin Yi was about to return to the Heavenly Island, so he was somewhat reluctant. "Languza, come in, I just happen to have something to talk to you about." Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved at Languza before turning around and going back. Languza hurriedly followed and did not forget to bring in the meat at the door. "Boss, what's the matter? Just tell me. Languza, will definitely do it properly for boss." Languza immediately opened his mouth after he sat down. He seemed to have his own way of doing things. Lin Yi thought for a moment before saying, "Didn't I say before that I want you to stay in the secular world to protect the people here? Do you have any other ideas now? If you want to go back to the endless sea, it doesn't matter." Languza's face slightly darkened, and he sighed and said, "Boss, I want to follow you. I don't want to go back to the endless sea. If you can't take me to the Heavenly Island, I will stay here to protect my sisters-in-law. If it's the Heavenly Island, it's not impossible for you to go," Lin Yi said carefully. Although the jade space was his secret, Languza's temperament could be trusted. Since he had already considered this matter before, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. Languza was suddenly overjoyed. He couldn't help but lean forward and asked anxiously, "Really? Boss, can I really go with you?" "That's great. Chen Dongqing is still very reliable. It's enough for him to stay here. Languza, will follow you to the Heavenly Island." Chapter 57-76. Of course it's true, but this matter might be a bit dangerous, and you absolutely cannot reveal it. After arriving at Heavenly Island, you cannot say that you followed me there. You can only say that you were originally a sea dragon on Heavenly Island. Lin Yi believed that Languza wouldn't casually reveal the matter of the space in the jade pendant, but he still needed to be reminded. Languza also understood that Lin Yi wanted him to know some secrets. Don't be fooled by his carefree attitude, he was absolutely not a fool. He immediately said with a serious expression, "Boss, I understand. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as I can be with you, what is a trivial danger? As for what you said, Languza, will definitely remember it and absolutely won't reveal any information." In fact, even if Languza didn't say it, the people from the center would more or less be able to guess some of the truth. However, after arriving at Heavenly Island, Lin Yi could have Languza change his appearance a bit, or he could have Han Jingjing researched to see if there was a way to directly bring people to Heavenly Island. No matter what, as long as Languza went to Heavenly Island, there would always be an excuse. Moreover, Lin Yi's plan was to have Languza go to the sea to gain experience for a while and search for his own opportunities. This way, it might not attract the attention of the center. Alright, after Jing Jing comes out of seclusion, we'll prepare to return to Heavenly Island. At that time, I'll let you enter a space that's exclusive to me. No living people can enter, but spirit beasts can live inside. You're a sea dragon, so you belong to the category of spirit beasts, so I reckon you'll be able to enter. It's just that I'm not sure if you'll have a problem crossing the plane to Heavenly Island," Lin Yi said in a dignified tone. He really wasn't trying to scare Languza. That ghost couldn't wake up in the secular world, and Jiao Yazi couldn't appear on the Heaven Stage Island. Who knew if something would happen to Languza? Languza laughed and said, "Boss, don't worry. Langusa, didn't die even after being captured by the Central and was rescued by you. This means that if I follow you, I will be accompanied by good luck. There won't be a problem. It's a deal. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that it was true. If he had not saved Langusa, his physical body would have already collapsed. Speaking of which, his luck was indeed not bad. Boss, you don't have to worry about that. Let's see if you can let me enter your space first. If we can't get in, then everything will be in vain. Langusa had made up his mind to follow Lin Yi, so he was very concerned about whether or not he could enter the space that Lin Yi was talking about, like the spirit beasts. That's right, then let's give it a try first. Lin Yi originally had this idea. Since Langusa took the initiative to mention it, then he would give it a try. As expected, although Langusa was a sea dragon, he still belonged to the category of spirit beasts. There was no problem for him to enter the space of the jade pendant. As such, as long as he let Langusa enter the space of the jade pendant before Lin Yi left, then he would come out at Heaven Stage Island. Unfortunately, the space of the jade pendant couldn't carry people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to run between the two ends if he could bring everyone into Heaven Stage Island. After discussing with Langusa, while Han Jingjing was still studying the wormhole, Lin Yi also began to bid farewell to the people in the secular world. When Han Jingjing came out, he could directly leave. Everyone knew that he was going back, so they basically put down everything at hand and stayed in the villa. Even Cheng Yi, who was far away in Europe, rushed back after her concert tour. However, before leaving, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Zhou Ruoming and Liang Ruoqing's wedding was not yet held. As the big matchmaker, he promised to host a wedding for them in Songshan City. Before returning to Heaven Stage Island, he should still fulfill this promise. Since he thought of it, Lin Yi didn't delay any longer. He directly took out his phone and dialed Zhou Ruoming's number. It only rang once before the other side picked up, as if Zhou Ruoming had been waiting for his call. Boss Lin Yi, you're back in Songshan City. Zhou Ruoming's surprised voice came through the phone, making Lin Yi's mood a lot better. He was indeed very happy to be able to achieve a good fate. Yes, some things have been delayed for a bit. Is your wedding done? I need to make it up to you guys with a wedding gift. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't say something like, "Are you guys still waiting for me to host the wedding?" so he could only ask indirectly. Zhou Ruoming laughed. Boss Lin Yi, are you trying to kill me? Me and Ruoqing being able to have what we have today is all thanks to you. That was the best gift he could give her. As for the wedding, we've already done it once at Ruoqing's house, but Songshan City has been waiting for you, Boss Lin Yi. Without you hosting, we'd rather not have the wedding. Lin Yi wasn't surprised when he heard this. He immediately nodded. If that's the case, then tell me the date of the wedding. I've been quite busy recently, so I'll be leaving after attending your wedding. Boss Lin Yi, I know you're busy. If you're free today, then let's do it tonight. Zhou Ruoming said straightforwardly. Obviously, he had already prepared for this. Everything's prepared for the wedding. Lin Yi was slightly startled. He also understood that Zhou Ruoming must have booked the wedding venue so that he could attend the wedding at any time. Although the money was nothing to Lin Yi, it was probably not insignificant to the Zhou family. That's right, the bride, the groom, and the venue are all prepared. We're just waiting for you to host the wedding. Zhou Ruoming said with a hearty smile. This wedding was completely prepared for Lin Yi. As for the guests, the Zhou family didn't have many close friends, so it was very convenient to inform them. Moreover, in Zhou Ruoming's heart, his family and friends were not on the same level as Lin Yi. At most, he would invite them again later. Alright, since you're ready, then I'll be there on time tonight. Where's the venue? Lin Yi said with a smile. Zhou Ruoming handled this matter very well. It was very important that it didn't take up too much of Lin Yi's time. It's the #1 private room of the Huangting Hotel. Should I go pick you up, boss? If you have any friends with you, they're welcome to come along. Zhou Ruoming thought of Languza. With him around, he must ask the hotel to prepare more meat.